Three, I'll call the meeting together of Finance Division 2 and welcome in our friends from the Department of Transportation. And please, is that right? It's the Department of Transportation, right? I gotta look like, please, it's not over yet. Please introduce yourselves and begin. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for having us. I'm Bill Cass, the Commissioner for New Hampshire DOT. With me is Danielle Chandrone. She's our Director of Finance. There are several other folks that if we get called on to help answer the questions, we can bring up and introduce at the time. So, but I have several staff here so we should be able to walk you through the budget and ask and answer any questions that you might have.
So I guess in terms of process, it looks like you have a nice slide deck, which we can open up with. I assume that's your plan. But we would like to go through the actual budget page by page.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I would. I'll be very brief on the presentation. Just it's very high level. Hopefully, we tried to organize it to make it a higher level summary, but I'd just like to step through that very quickly, and if that's fine, and then
we have plenty of time, I think.
Okay.
Hopefully, we'll all survive the time.
And I know at an introductory meeting and overview, there were a number of questions. I know we provided through Mickey a lot of information to answer those questions. And if there are any questions on any of that material, we can answer those questions as well, too.
And along those lines, do you mind being interrupted while you're presenting? Or
Not at all. No.
Okay. All right.
Nope.
So feel free to let me know if you have any questions while he's going for. Okay.
And I'll try to be clear and sometimes I know I do lapse maybe into acronyms or things like that. So please, if something we say isn't clear, definitely ask. I'll try to be clear. So I can start with our step through the presentation. I also wanted to point out, traditionally we have provided a budget book which kind of summarizes in pictures our budget and the organizational structure and a little more detail on each of the AUs, each of the organizational units, some pictures and the accomplishments of what they use. This forms the basis of our annual report, but we found it a helpful internal reference, and if you want a little bit more information about what bridge maintenance or project development or any one of the orgs, that it's a little less sterile than the budget summary. So that's hopefully that helps. But we won't go through that. That is there as a reference if you find it helpful.
Does it include count numbers so I can tie it to the?
It does. Okay. Yes. Yep. It's organized in the same structure by the AUs and the organizational units. Yes.
Great. Thank you.
So I will step through our budget presentation very, very quickly. The first page was our mission and purpose. The second page was our organizational structure, just a refresher that we're about a 1,650 personnel organization divided into 5 major divisions, each division overseen by a director, and the summary of the divisions and the bureaus underneath those divisions are on that organizational chart. The next 2 slides just give a very top level funding summary of our overall budget and the type of funding that goes in there. So our FY 2026 governor's recommended budget total for the agency is $795.9 million. It's virtually the same as our FY 25 adjusted authorized. And the percentage breakdown of the funding is shown there. Primarily funded by turnpike funds, highway funds, other funds. The bulk of our funding is federally funded in our construction programs and things like that. And that little green insert is the very thin slice of general funds that support our non-highway organizational units. On the next page, the pie charts there just kind of show a little bit of how we tend to break up our budget into 2 major components. Municipal aid and construction on the left, it's about 55% of our budget. A lot of that is our construction program, and just as a refresher, a lot of the decisions about those investments and how the program is developed is taken up in the off-budget year when we develop the state's 10-year transportation improvement program. The operating budget, which is the browner half of that pie chart, really represents our operational budget, which is primarily, I think, the focus of Division Two in this this budget process, and that's about 46% of our overall budget. All the funding and stuff here is shown there, but like I said, most of the discretionary, most of the budgetary stuff that we talk about with our operating budget is contained in that half of the pie. And some of the percentages, we didn't break them down, but the majority of the municipal aid and construction funding, that comes from the federal program, our federal highway program, FTA for the transit, FAA for the aeronautics, all of those programs that flow through. On the operating side, the primary funding source for our operational needs is the state highway fund. So, very just brief reminder there.
Representative Murray?
Thank you. Sorry to stop so early, but I was
That's
just,
okay.
turnpike funds are for turnpikes.
Correct.
Okay, so I was just confused when it's, you have it under unrestricted funds, but technically isn't it a restricted fund because it is only can be used in turnpikes as opposed to, moving it over to something else? And isn't that also the case with the highway funds?
Restricted for use, but they're still considered unrestricted from the state perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. It's an enterprise fund, but it's not a restricted fund. Is that a good way to say it? I mean, it's self-funded within the turnpike system.
It can only be used for the turnpike system, and
Yeah.
and that's tied to the RSA. The highway, it's tied to the Constitution. But from a statewide financial perspective, they're looked at as unrestricted funds.
Okay. If you turn the page, we don't have page numbers, I apologize, but that just gives a sense of our positions and the trends. We have been very level in terms of number of budgeted full-time positions since 2014. We've maintained that level of staffing, but the red line there represents vehicle miles traveled or use of the transportation system. And that has increased. So the bottom part of that chart also shows, some of the recent trends that we've been dealing with, ever increasing vacancy rate. And I like to point out that this in my mind demonstrates that I think DOT is an efficient agency. We continue to perform and continue to do more with less. So. The next,
How are those, the vacant positions, are they funded or unfunded?
they are funded.
They're
Yeah.
funded, okay, thank you.
In an ideal world, we would fill those positions. We believe that's a staffing level. We need to deliver the services to the level to the levels that people would expect. Again, I think further on in the budget, I talk about we're getting done what we have to get done as we continually prioritize, but maybe not all that we should be doing or would like to be doing. So, the next slide just kind of summarizes some of the AUs in there, but it really highlights the budget targets that we were given to meet. Our general fund budget target was $1.8 million. Turnpike fund was $145.8 million, which represents about a flat revenue outlook. And the highway fund was about $250 million. Again, a flat level projection. To meet these budget targets, one of the things we had done, and I've got a very brief summary of where they happened. We unfunded 7 permanent positions and 9 temporary full-time positions. As part of the effort to meet these budget targets. And there are a few areas that we can highlight as we get into the budget where we feel we're purposefully underfunding some efforts, and we did that in order to meet the budget targets.
Is that noted on here, on the slide?
It's not it's not highlighted there. It's summarized in the next several slides, so I'm just rolling up from the next
Oh,
several
okay.
slides.
But it also, there'll also be a place where it notes that there are actually 7 unfunded positions?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Yep.
you.
So if you turn the page where we talk about aeronautics, rail, and transit, that very top box of how we met those budget targets. So that's the one area that is generally funded in the department. So in order to meet that budget target of about, it was on the previous page, our general fund budget target was about $1.8 million. Previous budgets had funded state transit operating match at around $1.8 million per year of general funds. That was a special general fund appropriation for that match in the last budget. In order to meet the budget targets, we weren't able to fund that this year in this budget. And about $200,000 of reallocated budget authority to pay for retiree health and indirect cost increases. Those were new charges that were assigned to the department this year that we had to make up for. And one of the ways we did that was we took one of the positions there, a UAS, which is aerial, essentially a drone, handles drones. What does UAS stand for? Unmanned aerial system, I apologize. And shifted that position from Bureau of Aeronautics to be funded with highway funds.
So a couple questions here.
Sure.
Can you just, for me, being new to this, what is the state transit operating match?
Yes. So we provide through the department, we provide FTA funds for FTA is Federal Transit Authority for local and community transit operations. Typically, those federal funds require a match. Most of the operating federal funds require about a 50% match. Historically, the state has provided very little assistance to the local transit agencies in coming up with and meeting that match. In the last budget cycle, with increasing federal funds, there was a willingness from the legislature to provide some additional support for local transit operators in meeting those match requirements to the tune of about $1.8 million a year.
So by reducing that, you also lost some federal funds that you would have matched with it, or had?
That remains to be seen. There is the potential. There is, I guess, the potential that some federal transit funds may not be able to be utilized for lack of match. Again, that remains to be seen. Whether local communities, whether the local transit agencies can find or come up with that match. The one interesting thing with federal transit funds is the utilization of those funds extend over a number of years. So the implications of potential loss of FTA funds may not be realized for several years down the road.
And regarding the alternative, the way you refunded the UAS position with the highway fund, so as opposed to what? How had it been funded?
It had been previously funded as part of the operating costs for the Bureau of Aeronautics with general funds. A big part of that position, we feel.
Good job.
Well, thank you. It's one of the reasons that allows us to do that is those positions support a lot of the project development activities, some of the survey, some of the supporting mapping and so forth for federally funded projects. So that there was a nexus, there was a reasonable accommodation to make. Is that a fair way to state it?
It is, and it will be restricted by the Constitution. So that UAS position will need to only work on highway-related work. It will
Right.
not be able to work on it can't work on turnpike work, and it cannot work on any general funded work as well.
Okay.
So at a high level, could you explain to me how highway fund is sort of, as I understand it, comes in through safety and that gets split into, I guess, mostly transportation and safety? Do they control it? Do you control it? How does that work?
You control it. The
Well, I
legislature
know, I
controls it.
totally, maybe I should rephrase my question. How have we set it up to be controlled? So for instance, if I was going to do things that would increase the revenue flowing into the highway fund, how would I direct that to you if I wanted to the transportation if I wanted to?
HB2 or something, yeah. through those two. Mhm. There are some statutory, guidelines as far as limiting the appropriation to safety or other things. And but I know in the past the legislature has waived some of those restrictions.
Mr.
But I would say,
Hold on a second.
okay.
Mr. Landrigan?
Just to remind everyone how it works, so unrestricted highway funds, which mainly the road toll, a lot of motor vehicle fees, goes into the highway fund. We have the surplus statement that we walk the committee through. All of those appropriations are made by finance, by the House Bill 1, sometimes House Bill 2. So there is no mechanism for a department to access those on their own, so to speak. So safety doesn't pull or whatever. It's all appropriated in the budget. Both departments do have a mechanism to draw from surplus with fiscal committee and GNC approval, but all of the appropriations are made through the operating budget process.
So clearly they must have some idea of what that appropriation is because they've made this switch from general funds to highway funds, knowing that they had the highway funds available to do this position.
And that is the surplus statement as a balancing document to know what is available for the highway fund. So when the governor's office put together its budget, it would have looked at, and I'm speaking out attorney or somewhat, they would have looked at that there's available highway funds to fund this where maybe there weren't general funds to do so.
Okay.
And that switch of the position here was our own internal balancing of the department's budget and the department's funding streams, so.
Representative Weiler, or Chairman Weiler.
What's the main use of the unmanned aerial system? How many hours a year would you say it gets used? How many different drones are there?
We have 2 full-time positions that support it. I can have Andre, our Deputy Commissioner, give you more details, but primarily it's used to support department activities, mapping, surveillance, not surveillance, but survey, I should say, survey mapping. A lot of it is support of survey. I mean, when we have projects, there's a lot of mapping and things that go on to develop the plans and stuff, and utilizing the drones and stuff support that. It also is utilized when we had storms last summer for emergency assessment of damage and stuff. There were areas in the North Country last June, July, when there were big storms along some of the railroad corridors where we couldn't get access, and using the drones helped us assemble that information, provide estimates to FEMA for reimbursement and things like that.
The
So.
first I'm hearing of it. How long have you been using these?
So we're about at a little over the 5-year point, and Andre Briere, Deputy Commissioner.
Thank you.
And I do remember Representative Weiler talking to you. This was probably coming on 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half ago, talking to you about how we were utilizing a deployment study that was funded by the legislature. It gave us an opportunity to kind of rethink and organize the UAS enterprise moving forward, and we did so. I'm happy to report that we were able to hold the first statewide UAS community of interest meeting. We convened that over at DOT last month. So all agencies and state government that operate UASs are coming together now once a quarter to talk about best acquisition practices, efficiencies, if we can achieve economies of scale by doing mass purchases, and really coordinating how we use it. There's 2 broad mission sets. One being law enforcement, the other being what we do, which is really survey and aiding construction, aiding natural disaster recovery. So we are really progressing as a state when it comes to efficiently using these platforms. We've got all kinds of neat things that are going to enable us to more real-time monitor the quality of construction that's happening on our roads. We have some great video that I'd be happy to show any member that shows really some amazing things that we can get value to the state using these. We can see real time when a paving contract is happening and they're doing an incorrect seam, where in the past it may have taken a year to discover poor construction. Now we can see it real time using infrared. We can estimate amounts, quantities of construction materials so we know that we're not getting chiseled, real time.
Very good.
So it's that type of thing, but it's incredibly useful.
Do you have one or two, or?
We have I think it's around 5 now. Yeah,
Several,
and ranging from large to small. The real innovation moving forward is purchasing more small UASs that can be deployed by construction teams
Idea
in
of
the
the
field.
size, are these 20 feet long, 10 feet long?
They range from, dinner plate, all the way to something, that's wingspan is about the size of this table. When you're talking, heavier platforms, LiDAR, where we can see through trees, and things like
Wow.
that. So
A lot cheaper than an airplane.
a lot cheaper to run and a lot more efficient. And there's really, innovative and interesting laws that are going to come on the books from the feds in the coming years, which are going to allow things like beyond line of sight use, where you could launch it from DOT headquarters, go 20 miles away, do a mission, and come back without the operator having to go.
Yeah, and you can
back
sit
and
there
forth.
in the headquarters in real
That's right.
time and say, okay, look what's happening, rather than wait for somebody to give you a report.
Much more efficient that way.
Related.
Yes, sir.
We once had a chairman of this committee that was anti-drones because he thought they were just gonna go around peeking in people's windows.
Right, which we have to guard against that. But like I've said in various fora, we don't look at people, we look at roads. So that's what we do with the Department of Transportation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just as a follow-up question, I want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly that there are 2 UAS positions, and one is that you're funding that source differently with highway funds exclusively, so that the other position is still a general funded position, and that they can carry on that scope of work. I assume that you're still covering both your bases, but you're just reallocating funding and their scope of, I guess, work each.
That's correct.
That's
Okay.
correct. Yep.
And
Exactly.
as a follow-up question, Mr. Chair, what is the impact of the split? What are you unable or no longer able to do with the second position, or is everything still covered and should be copacetic?
I would say everything is covered in copacetic. It creates a little bit more administrative burden because of the fact that it is, to fund that position, it has to be restricted to only working on federal aid eligible projects and activities. But when we looked at the workload and the amount of support that position, that those activities provide, it was a reasonable switch to make.
And it is important to note that those, the way we're structured, we knew we couldn't add any more positions, so those aren't our only drone operators. We're also, our plan moving forward, and we're currently implementing it, is to cross-train existing DOT employees to operate drones as well, get them their licenses. That way we can draw on a larger expert pool without adding positions moving forward. That's been our strategy. And there's more than enough highway work. None of these people, none of these positions, no matter how they're funded, are ever short of work. So we have a very long queue for drone work moving ahead, and this seems to work.
You want to proceed? So the next, if we flip the page over, we just kind of summarize the policy and administration division. Again,
It's finance.
did I miss finance? I'm sorry. Oh, finance is at the bottom, so don't flip the page over. Right below aeronautics, rail, and transit is the division of finance. Thank you, because there were some changes there we needed to make.
Yes.
So in order to meet budget targets and address the budget there, we eliminated 2 full-time positions there. There was some reduction in the print shop equipment purchases. And we had some deeper cuts in FY27 overtime, temporary help and equipment and supplies in order to meet the budget targets. So when you had asked Representative Verf about so I've summarized my initial statement, I kind of rolled those all up department-wide, but these are where the, position eliminations were made to meet budget targets.
Do you happen to know what account that is?
This particular account,
Yeah.
3001.
3001?
And when we get to going through the org by org, we can highlight
draw my
those as
attention to
well
it.
too, yeah.
Great.
So.
Thank you.
And now turning the page to policy and administration. Again, that was an area where to meet budget targets, we eliminated a temporary full-time position, reduced budgeted overtime and temporary help to meet budget targets. There are some implications with that as we move forward that we'll have to manage. On the bottom of that, on the next page there, talking about the division of project development, which includes also the municipal aid and our federal aid program. To meet budget targets there, we had a reduction of 12 positions. And I should point out, in the bottom right corner of each one of these is the total number of permanent positions in that division, so you get a sense of how many, where the reductions are and what the impacts are. So in project development, we had a reduction of 12 positions, 3 permanent full-time positions, 9 temporary full-time positions. Out of that division has about 374 total permanent positions.
So going backwards, you actually added positions in the previous?
No, we're
no.
actually reclassing positions. They were in the wrong division. So in the Turnpike division, you'll see a change.
When we go through that,
You'll
could
see
you just
it. We
tie the
will.
2 together so I can
Yep.
make note of that?
Yeah,
We will.
certainly. The other change in the budget, you see some numbers when we go through it. We did realign the safety section to make them to elevate that safety section and make it a direct report to the commissioner's office in terms of. So there were 8 positions that were within that safety section that had moved out from project development under the commissioner's office. So you'll see that change, but it's just a swap from one division to another. The next page after that, I think we had covered this the last time, was just some of those facts and figures about the highway fund. And how, particularly in the middle of that, we had some questions earlier about the split of how highway fund revenue has been appropriated. So in FY24, I think, Representative Verf, to your question, 57% of the highway fund revenue was appropriated to DOT, about 30% to other agencies, primarily the Department of Safety, but there are some other agencies that get 1 or 2%, and about 13% of the highway fund revenue appropriated to municipalities.
And who is it that, I know it's us that controls this, but who is it that collects, for instance, registration fees and that sort of thing? That's the Department of Safety?
Department of Safety, yeah, the DMV collects the registration fees, and the Road Toll Bureau collects the gas tax.
So they'd be the one best suited to make recommendations and that kind of thing, and how long ago they were raised and so on and so forth?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Thank you.
certainly.
The interesting thing is that the court has been a dollar amount forever, $2 million a year. And I'm surprised they haven't come and said, oh, we need to inflate that with inflation.
Huh, yeah,
It's the same 2 million for as long as we remember, right?
yeah,
30 years or so?
yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it's been scrutinized or looked at closely recently, but
And the Lilac Fund.
we have that in the details. So, but again, the bottom of that talks about the revenue is flat and incrementally declining in the long term. The there have been a number of one-time fixes to the highway fund, general fund infusions over the years in order to address shortages and balance the highway fund. The next page just summarizes the division of operations, which is by far and by large our largest division. Total personnel there of about 1,150 full-time permanent positions. To meet budget targets there, this is where we had eliminated or unfunded 3 permanent full-time positions, 2 temporary full-time positions. And we also, again, I had alluded to that we were purposely underfunding some areas in order to meet budget targets. Historically, we have underfunded winter maintenance. We tend to try to budget for a 3-year average. Every year can be higher or lower. Through discussions with the legislature, it has been viewed as purposefully underfunding or funding very optimistically, and if it is a more severe winter, to go back to fiscal committee with the exact numbers. So that's what we've done a couple of times this year to date. But
And how's it looking this year in terms of the rest of the year? As far as going back
we
to
have
fiscal?
fiscal will be seeing next month another transfer to support the activities that have happened through February and through the end of the year. So to date, we've transferred in this FY24-25 budget, FY25 budget, it's close to $10 million that we've had to transfer into winter maintenance to cover winter costs.
And if you include the retention incentive, it would bring it up to about 12.5, 13.
What is it that you're including there?
The retention incentive for staff, the $5,000
Yeah,
incentive
right.
to keep
Yep.
people in their seats.
Yep. So we can get into more detail when we get to the budget there, but those are the real highlights. The next page just summarizes the Turnpike Fund and the Turnpike system. I think Representative Murray, you had asked about the Turnpike Fund. Again, that is 89 miles of freeway that are solely supported by the tolls, not the road toll, but the actual toll plazas on those facilities. And that fund is again not restricted funds, but the funding on the Turnpike system is restricted to just take care of the Turnpike system. And the revenue projections are there. The very last page is, before we get into the detailed sheet by sheet budget review, I just wanted to highlight some of the additional needs, and we hit on them, but the top of that page, really kind of summarizes what we had identified for additional needs that weren't funded in the governor's budget. We prioritized them there. Danielle had just mentioned the retention incentive program. For the last 3 years, in order to combat vacancies and to meet, winter maintenance needs, we've had about a $3 million, $3.5 million winter incentive bonus, retention incentive bonus, and that has brought volunteers to people that work for the DOT in other areas that have CDL licenses that can plow. By offering that incentive bonus, they volunteer to plow, and it makes up, this year it made up about half of the vacancies and allowed us to be successful through the winter. So again, from one of our priority needs, we don't see that vacancy issue being meaningfully changed in the foreseeable future, and in order to continue to keep up with winter maintenance needs, we see the need to continue this program, and that would be our highest additional need to look to fund or include in the budget.
More so than deferred maintenance?
more so than deferred maintenance. Yeah, yeah. They're both high needs, but we can't do what we do without people to man those trucks. So the equipment replacement program, again, to maintain fleet efficiency, that's an area that based on all of our statistics and the age of the fleet and so forth, we should be investing about $11 million a year to to keep up with the fleet, and keep it in good working order. Last budget, at the end of the budget in HB2, there was a $4.8 million additional need to meet those equipment replacement needs that was funded with the general fund at the end of it. So it wasn't reflected in our base budget. And as we, again, tried to meet budget targets, that was an area that, again, is underfunded from the foreseeable need that we have.
So is it funded at the 11 million, or is it funded something lower than that, currently, in your current budget? You said
Currently,
you're
it's budgeted about half of that.
half of the 11 million.
Yes, right.
Thank you.
And then I had mentioned that we had talked recently, we had just talked about winter maintenance as well too, where we're purposefully underfunding that from what we would typically budget for a 3-year average, so. And lastly, if we have time, if we get to it, there are a couple of things for HB2 that we'd like to talk to the committee about as well too. We need to budget some additional restricted transit revenues. This deals with a recently executed contract with a public-private partnership that we have a long-term lease for someone to operate the Portsmouth and Dover transit centers, and per the contract, some of the revenue that comes in for that needs to be restricted for that use. We didn't necessarily realize that or set that up when we were developing the budget back at the end of last summer. And so there's revenue to address with that, as well as the restricted accounts to facilitate that. So that's a very high-level overview. It took me longer than I think I told you, 5 minutes, but we got more, of course.
You're fine. That was very good.
So, yeah. And then however you want to proceed, if you want us to just hit page by page, or if you want to,
Yeah,
go
page
through
by
it.
page, and when you come to things that are just mostly federally funded, you can maybe just point that out and probably move past those more rapidly, I would imagine.
Okay. You want to lead, or do you want me to?
Representative Murray.
Yeah, thank you, because we usually don't look, a lot of the federal funds, that's outside our purview. But I think there are instances, can you point out if there's concern about losing some federal funds, and if that loss of the funds will impact what we have to do, or will impact your ability to do your job? So if there's, that kind of a concern that spills out of the federal into some state concerns. So thank
Okay.
you.
I can start, I guess.
Sure.
All right, so the
Tag
first,
team. What's
so the budget starts on page 774 for you, and it starts with the Division of Aeronautics, Rail, and Transit Funds. The accounting unit is 2021, it's federal local projects, it's used for infrastructure projects funded by the airport, and this is 100% federal funded.
And one of the little oddballs about this is the majority of the federal funds for aeronautics for airports, the FAA funds, have historically gone through the capital budget. So HB 25 will be another area to discuss aeronautics funding, at least for the FAA programs and the airport improvement programs.
2029, Airway Toll Fund. This is for airport infrastructure and maintenance projects funded by an aviation fuel fee that's collected by the Department of Safety. It complies with FAA requirements requiring a dedicated fund. In FY '23, 25 airports were eligible to receive these funds, which provide support for planning, rehab, development, equipment, safety, security, and mitigation. And the majority, all of this is agency income. It is the Airway Toll Fund. It's also called, it's the Airway Toll Fund, and it collects the aviation fuel fee. 2050 is the State Bus Service and Facilities. And the majority of this is federal funds. There's a little bit of money associated with surplus sales. That would be the agency income there, and some miscellaneous reimbursements from insurance. But the majority of this is federal funds.
Right, and the majority of this,
Representative Murray.
oh. The majority of this, the state bus services and facilities deals with the Boston Express service that the department runs, and the park and ride facilities or the bus terminal facilities that the department owns and maintains.
This isn't the Seacoast and the Nashua and the other one. I have a question about that when we get to that part of
Sure,
it.
right. No, but that's why it's separated out, because this is particularly the state bus services and facilities.
Representative Duray.
Could you explain, I'm newbie, can you explain to me your private partnership, public-private partnership with those two organizations that, I assume you're talking about the one that's in Dover, and then there's the Boston Express?
Yes. Well, Boston Express is a service that the state runs. We have a contract with an entity that operates the service on behalf of the state, but it's a state-run service. On the facilities over in the Seacoast, on Portsmouth Park and Ride facility and the Dover Park and Ride facility, we had just recently done a P3, a public-private partnership RFP to solicit a vendor to on a long-term 35-year lease to run and operate those facilities for us, and take the Department of Transportation, take the state out of the day-to-day maintenance and operation of those facilities. And that was C&J. It was the successful proponent of that, and they are currently operating those facilities. They recently, as part of their business model, you've probably seen if you're from over there, the small fee for parking and the use of those facilities. So.
And that, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, no, go ahead.
That the net result of that P3 and the problems we were really going after there were, number one, the abuse of those parking facilities, especially during peak times, where there would be, no parking available for families that were trying to take vacation during school breaks, because so many local residents were using it as an extension of their driveway and parking rec vehicles and things like that. So this very small reasonable fee has turned these facilities into net costs to the department and the state, to revenue generators for the state. So we get a reasonable base rent for those facilities from the vendor. In addition to 6 points on gross parking revenue, it's actually all gross revenue. If they decide to add a service or a lunch counter or something like that, we would get 6 points off that gross as well. It's going to add, actually, Jim Jalbert, who runs that company, is already has improvements on the books for the facilities themselves, greater security, improved lighting, and during this last school break, had good parking availability for all the families that wanted to use that for leaving the state for vacation.
Can I ask just follow up? So when I first started out, we own the land, the state owned the land that these facilities were brought into?
Correct.
It's a little more complicated, just because part of the parking land at Portsmouth is owned by PDA.
Okay.
But so that's a shared facility. So the contract for Portsmouth itself is a three-party contract between PDA and HDOT, representing the state and the vendor. Dover is 100% run by DOT.
The DOT. Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it.
Yep, no, thank you for your interest. You know, to aeronautics.
2107 is aeronautics. That is the accounting unit that does the administration of the aeronautics program. The majority of that is funded with general funds. So this is the largest general fund ask in here, is the aeronautics program. It does have some transfers. So when we talked about the transfer of the UAS position, you can see the cost of that here. So 004 intra-agency transfers is the cost of that position and associated costs. And then the agency income 009 is the aircraft registration income that we get for that. But the majority of this accounting unit is general funded.
What was that first number you gave me? Class number for the people?
The class
person?
number,
under-
2107?
No, I got the account number.
Yes, it's under the estimated
class
sources of funds for aeronautics.
Right, the class
005.
number.
004. So
004.
004 is where the position, where you're seeing the revenue come in from the highway side.
That's the interagency transfers.
And, okay, so that was 0 before. Where did it come from?
It comes from the highway side. It's the highway fund, the highway is funding that position.
So it shows up as the agency income because it's an interagency transfer. We'll see
No,
another.
I get that.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand in FY 24, 25, where would I see the numbers?
It's not there. in
Well, it's
24,
obviously not
25.
there in this account, but you're saying it was somewhere else. No?
It's in the
It's
general
in the
fund.
general fund. It was in that, yeah. If
It's in the
you,
general fund.
It's just part of
number.
that 1.4 to 1.3 million.
Correct.
At the bottom.
Correct,
Okay,
yep.
thank you. Rough summary.
Thank you very much. Can you just, maybe I was trying to type and think at the same time. Why did the federal money go away? Can you just give a narrative around what happened to the federal money and how this ended up, with a big chunk of general funds?
what federal money go away?
Oh, you're talking about the program.
I'm talking about, we're at 009, page 777. There was a little bit of money before, it's just been Xed out entirely now. It was a small amount. I guess it was mainly all general funds.
Small amount in
Yeah,
actual
okay.
FY 24. Yeah,
Okay,
we can check
I
what that
could- We
is.
can research it.
that's
but
okay,
it's
thank
not-
you. Yeah,
It's not a budgeted amount. It would be something extraordinary.
Probably some administrative costs or something
could
that we
be.
were able to bill
It
federal
could be.
highway for or something
It
like
could be.
that, federal
We can
government
look-
for.
We can
Yeah,
look it up.
okay.
Okay.
yeah.
2916 is public transportation. It is primarily funded with federal funds.
Massively.
There's only a small portion of it that is general funded because the administrator is split 50-50 with railroad, which is not federally eligible.
So a lot of this is the pass-through FTA funds that goes to the local transit providers. And if again, it doesn't show here because it was a general fund appropriation last year, but typically in that class line on page 779, 073, grants for non-federal. That is generally the local match. If there was, we had mentioned, last biennium, there was a general funded match of a $1.8 million that helped with the local match for this. The $200,000 that's shown there is just is some of the local match that comes in for the bus services the bus actual purchases that we fund.
Representative DeRoy?
Did you say that rail is not included? That's under this?
That's
Just-
correct. The only thing that's rail in here is there's one administrator that handles both railroad and transit, and they're not federally eligible on the rail side, so we have to split that cost. And so that's where you see the general funds for that.
Follow up? Why would that not be federally funded? Do you know?
It wouldn't be federally funded by FTA, so Federal Transit Administration only funds transit, not railroad. And FRA doesn't fund that at all.
Seems so, it would, but, okay, thank you.
Councilman Popovich?
And I think to answer your question, primarily the railroads in New Hampshire are not like mass transit railroads. They're not like the T in Boston. They're much more freight railroads, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologies for being late. I would have been here early, even though I misread the schedule, but I had to turn around because I left something at home that I shouldn't have. I apologize. On line 72, the federal grants, there is some, lumpiness in 2024, 2025. It's around 9 million in 24 and 13.2 in 25, and then it settles to around 12. Can you just give me a bit of an idea of why the roller coaster ride, for the lack of a better word?
I believe, and Shelley, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that reflects the residual effects of some of the ARPA funds or other federal emergency relief funds that came post-COVID. Is that true? Shelley Winters is our Director of Aeronautics, Rail and Transit.
Good morning. Yes, we'll be coming off of the increase from some of the initial ARPA and IIJ funds, and we also have some cyclical purchases of replacement vehicles. So there's some spikes based on some capital procurements that go through this accounting unit and the federal funds.
Thank you. So nothing really unexpected, just the end of ARPA and a bit of a, for the lack of a better word, seasonal or less than cyclical purchases. And we will be settling into that 12, million more or less going forward. We don't expect a lot of variation there.
Correct. It's based on our prognosis of what the formula funds will be.
Sure. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you continue, I'm just trying to make sure I got in the right place here. So looking back at your slides. Oops, shoot. Sorry. Pressed the wrong button. We're going back to the budget review by Division Aeronautics, Rail and Transit. That's what you're talking about, that unfunded state transit. Is this 2107 line, what do you call it there, the grants non-federal? Is that what you were tying that to?
Correct.
So it actually would be accounting
073.
unit 2916, class 73.
Oh, it is the next one over. Okay, that was what I was wondering.
Oh, wait,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I missed your question.
Well, no, that's where I had it, and then you were
Yeah.
then you started talking about Aero, and I got, okay. So it does belong to the next one. Thank you.
Yeah.
Correct. If you have I need any additional information about the impacts of the loss of that transit operating match, I'm happy to expound upon that if desired.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd love to hear about what our regions can expect for the loss of funding. Thank you.
So we've reached out, and we know there's a special session set up Friday where the transit agencies and their passengers likely will come and speak to that. We've done some early outreach. So with the loss of approximately $1.7 million of the general fund match, as the commissioner said, that helps leverage a 1-for-1, a 50-50 match with FTA funds. We can expect that it's going to be a loss of about $3.7 million of funds to help fund transit. So we're expecting that there'll be a loss of service to the residents of the state. There'll be some routes that'll be cut, whether that's Saturday service in one community, whether it's night service in another community, whether it's a shopper shuttle or a demand response service that only goes to a remote community once or twice a week, that may cease altogether, whether it's a connecting service from Claremont to Lebanon to the VA, instead of 6 trips a day going down to 2 trips a day. Those are some of the impacts that the local transit agencies are currently scrambling to look into, and will come to the table Friday with some more information on. But certainly we expect there to be federal funds left on the table, We expect there to be an impact to the traveling public who's using this to get to jobs, get to medical appointments, get to nutrition, get to recreational. So we see there to likely be an impact to quality of life for the residents that are served and in many cases depend solely on public transit to get them where they need to be. Again, we think the transit agencies will be able to do a much better job of articulating those impacts to their local communities, but this will affect 10 public transit agencies throughout the state. It may require them to try to liquidate their staffing resources to try to find local funds to supplant this. Likely, they will not be very fruitful in those endeavors, so it will be a loss of service and probably a loss of time and resources to try to supplant these missing funds.
Representative Murray.
Yes, thank you. And I know this is near impossible to quantify, but I imagine, do you think they will have more information? You did a great job of listing the personal impact that that'll have on this and, and talking about tens of thousands of people, I'm imagining. But it would be nice, if not impossible, to also get the financial impact of what it does to the state for people who can't get to a job for the sake of this. The income that's lost to them, the income that's lost to the community because they've lost their income, the cost of the state around social services in terms of being able to get to a medical facility for something simple as opposed to waiting because they can't get there until it becomes an emergency room and experience.
And I know the New Hampshire Transit Association and the 10 affected providers are working to do that. Again, some of these things are difficult to quantify and try to figure out how many missed medical appointments and how many new ambulance calls does that result in, how many people may lose their job because of their inability. So I think they have a better handle currently on the internal impacts. There were a system that was trying to be wage competitive with CDL drivers who now figures they will not be able to have that CDL wage increase, and then they're now worried about losing drivers to competitive markets, and that may also have further service reductions. So again, I know they have an internal handle, and they're trying to coalesce as a group for Friday to try to bring some impacts and prognostications without being too, trying to overstate it or be too outlandish with their inferences, but that's their intention on Friday, I believe. Thank you.
The next AU is 2931. It's railroad. That is the administration of the railroad program at DOT. The funding for that is primarily general funds, and we do similar to in this accounting unit as we did with the UAS position, in that we share resources, and so we share two FTEs with highway design. I believe they are railroad engineer positions, correct?
One is a railroad engineer position, and the other one deals with mostly railroad as utility, as crossing or with crossing projects that we have, or if they're paving projects that have a railroad interface. So there's that highway overlap and kind of cross section of the department.
And again, this was set up to mitigate some of the general fund usage here. You can see that we have a little bit of federal funds, FRA. This is the only FRA reimbursement that we are eligible for, and that is tied to out-of-state travel. The rest of it is general funds. 2934, the railroad rehab loan. This is set by RSA 22866A. It allows for loans to be available to railroads for rehabilitation. Currently, it's primarily the COG Railway that has these loans, but it's not restricted to only the COG. And it is a revolving fund.
If I may ask really quickly, is it a loan taken by a private organization? I'm just trying to understand then why the 165 shows up in our budget, 165,000.
So under statute, there are certain classifications of railroads, class 3 railroads and the COG railroad that can apply for this revolving loan fund. Then we issue the loan, the state goes out to bond, and then the repayment to the principal in the interest is what shows back up here in 2934.
So basically, we're just receiving the money from the private entity and then paying it to we are the intermediary and just responsible for managing it.
Correct.
And, okay, this is why we have a matching source of funds and then the debt service to other agencies. So it's a zero-sum game,
Exactly.
more or less, for the department. Thank you.
Isn't some of this money, since the state owns all the railroad tracks, when somebody wants to run a train on them, they have to pay the state. And then we end up virtually giving them everything back to repair the tracks, right?
So, yeah, so the COG is not owned by the state or the Department of Transportation. They've been the recipient the last probably 3 rounds, so they're making that investment in their privately owned infrastructure and repaying us. Private railroads that own active trackage in the state are also allowed. We have not in recent years, in my probably 14 years in rail, had anyone who operates on a state-owned line put in for, so we haven't been using a loan to essentially fix our own infrastructure. In the past, I understand we've had tenant railroads who have applied for funds to create sidings to go to a shipper or receiver, and they have constructed those on private property. So we have not sort of used it as a loan for ourselves. We rely on the Special Railroad Fund, which is accounting unit 2991, which we'll get to shortly.
That's what I think you're talking about,
Which
yeah.
funds are, so we're not talking about
We haven't got
It's
to
okay.
that one
Okay.
yet.
Right, correct.
Of the tracks we own.
Yes.
Right.
That's correct. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
2936 is reimbursable maintenance and repair. It is a placeholder. It's a placeholder for storm damage and federal reimbursements that would come through that, and primarily that would be FEMA. It's just a placeholder. Last year, you can see that we spent $77,000 there. 2937, compensation and benefits. So these class lines are sometimes a little vague. So 042, the class line is for retiree health. Those are new charges that have been assessed to the general fund. That's why you see nothing for actual expenditures in 24 and 25. We have a placeholder for unemployment compensation because we never know what those things are going to be, but we need the line. And then workers' compensation, which is a number provided by administrative services. Source of that is general funds. Special railroad funds.
Right, and this is what your Representative Weiler, I think you're referring to.
So this is for state-owned railroads. We collect railroad crossing and freight fees, and the revenues are used to maintain and operate the lines. The operators get the funds to do so. Shelley?
Sure. So this, the Special Railroad Fund is set up under statute. 22868 establishes the Special Railroad Fund, and 22869 is prescriptive in how the funds can be used. 20% of the revenue that we receive from our tenant railroads in the form of a user fee are paid back proportionally to the municipalities through which the railroads operate. So the department nets essentially 80% of the railroad user fees derived from our tenant railroads. Those user fees are essentially percents of their gross operating revenue. For our 4 freight operators, we get 5% of their annual gross freight operating revenue as a user fee paid to the state. Under contract, those freight operators are required to put a minimum of 20% of their gross operating back into the maintenance of the line. So the state is essentially netting 25% of their gross freight revenue, either in a fee paid to the state that goes through this budget or in the improvement in state-owned infrastructure. For our 2 tourist excursion railroads, we receive 10% of their annual gross ticket revenues, and 10% of their annual gross revenue is then put back in. So for those 2 entities, 20% of gross operating is paid to or invested in state infrastructure. We take the remainder of the user fees that we net, as well as payments for driveway crossings, leases, and other uses or impacts to state-owned railroad property. And again, through force account, we go to Governor and Council, and we use our tenant railroads to make those improvements to the railroad system, whether it's ties, surfacing, drainage, culverts, bridges, things of that nature. We partner with these 6 tenant railroads to maintain the state's infrastructure as best we can with the revenue that we generate from use of our property.
Okay. Thank you. So, quick question. You were saying that we are requiring the railroads to spend 20% of their gross to maintain the rail and whatnot. How close are we looking at the work that they are doing and the costs that they are accounting for to make sure they are reasonable rather than on exercising creative accounting there?
Yeah, so good question. So we have a railroad operations engineer position that's budgeted in, so there's no state staff budgeted in the special railroad fund. The railroad staff is all in 2931, which we had previously looked at. There's one railroad operations engineer in accounting unit 2931. That person becomes sort of a clerk of the works on the projects, and they go out and oversee the projects and look at the plans in advance. They talk and meet with the contractors to make sure they're qualified. We have another staff member that is the project manager or the contract manager for these contracts, and they go out and do annual audits to look at all the maintenance of way work that is done, and we require in advance what their rate fee for the year will be for their foreman, their laborer, for rental of any track equipment that will be used or yellow construction equipment. So we compare that to if we were going out to bid for some of our own projects, what are the rates that we would get? So we do it a multitude of ways.
Thank you so much.
welcome.
That's an excellent answer. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
And that is the end of the first division. The second division that we have is the administration division. The first AU is 2938. 2938 is debt service. It pays for the bonding of our Fund 30 capital projects or the projects that get approved in HB 25. The timing of the payments here depends really on treasury bonding and the timing of the DOT project expenditures and when they occur. And that is 100% highway funded.
And I would say we've made some assumptions for the budget as far as what the capital budget would sustain. So I know that's another committee, but there is a nexus there that we'll be discussing as well. So.
Thank you. In regards to this amount of debt payments that we are making, do we have an estimate on whether the current amount of principal that we owe is supposed to start decreasing at some point, or is it kind of a rolling situation where we keep adding new loans as fast as we pay the old ones?
It's more of a bigger thing, yeah.
I know it's a complex question, but the best you have.
The overall capital budget gets rolled into the overall state
And
debt.
so the loans, I think, are a maximum of 10 years. So they're constantly rolling, right? Because every 2 years you get new capital projects. So you're paying for those and you're paying off older ones. So I would say that in your question, it would be ongoing rolling.
Thank you so much.
But I know that discussion, when it gets to the capital budget and discussing that, the overall outlook from the state's perspective, I think the Department of Treasury would have a much better handle on that overall.
They do.
Outstanding debt and principal and stuff, so, yeah.
Transfers to other agencies, 2939. These are items that the DOT pays to other agencies. Are you, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. This is a small amount, but I know that there have been people who have they have concerns about the dams and functioning and rehabilitation of some of the dams. You have got a little bit here. It's over someplace else. But can you speak to the impact that has on you, because some of those, if the dam breaks, it affects the road, and just the nexus around transportation's role with dam maintenance?
I would say we have a fairly limited role with the overall dam maintenance. There are some facilities that we have, roadway embankments that are classified as a dam. There's some in the seacoast, whatever, I forget, the pond there, and Rye is one, and other ones. But there, so in those situations where we're held to the same dam owner rules that others are, and we manage those specifically where they interact our facilities. But the broader picture of dam maintenance, I think, is under Department of Environmental Services. Yeah.
I'd like to bring your attention to class line 027, transfer to OIT. The reduction here is really a reduction to meet budget targets, but it also includes 2 lost positions. It's 2 embedded IT positions at DOT, so DOT will feel the loss of that.
Just a quick question. You are saying that it's a loss of 2 positions, but I'm looking at the reduction that's significantly less than the cost of 2 positions. I'm assuming there were some other increases that offset some of the loss.
Yes.
Thank you.
A transfer to other state agencies, 049 is the Employee Assistance Program. And the 004 under Revenue is an embedded IT position at the Turnpike System, which has to pay for its own. And the remainder is highway funded. General fund overhead, 2940. This really are payments made to administrative services for services provided, both direct and indirect. So transfers to plant and property is rent for the Morton Building, and indirect costs are the administrative services, we call it the SWICAP, but it's indirect services provided by administrative services. And
Thank
these
you.
are,
If I may very quickly, I apologize. Obviously, I understand what indirect costs are in general, but
yes.
in this particular case, it just seems to be quite a hefty amount of indirect costs compared with the rest of the unit. Can you give me a bit of an understanding of what exactly would go into those indirect costs for that particular unit?
So indirect costs from the Department of Administrative Services would include staffing and services provided by the Department of, the Division of Personnel, the Accounting Bureau, the folks managing purchase and property, anything that would provide a service overall to all agencies. Plant and property's probably in there.
Yeah.
And that is 100% highway funds?
Right. But that, I mean, that assessment is not unique to the DOT. I think that assessment the DAS does is
It's
agencies. To all agencies.
I
Right?
know, I'm asking you guys about your share of it, yes. Can I also ask about the significant change from 26 to 27 in the 064 line, the benefits, retired and so on? I mean, that's $1 million jump.
Again, budget numbers that were given to us.
And
with
do you
no
know where
back-
they come from in terms of how they were projected? Is that the estimate from the retirement system? What is the source, to the best of your knowledge, of the estimate?
We don't get any information.
Ah, thank you.
What's mine?
Retiree health.
Well,
I would refer that to administrative services when they do their presentation. Yep.
So just to clarify retiree health, so those would be numbers that risk management at admin services with their presumably actuarial estimates for the next 2 years will bill out to all the agencies of retirees in the system and probably anticipated new retirements or during the period. So that is a statewide calculation that's done and then allocated to each agency.
thank you. Right.
3038 is the executive office, and that funds the executive office. So it funds the commissioners, the directors, and staff, except for the director of DART, Shelley's position, who's funded by general funds. And here we have blended, the revenues for several of the accounting units that you're going to see are going to be blended. These accounting units will receive indirect costs, indirect revenue from turnpikes, the turnpike system, from the general funds. They will receive indirect federal funds, and they will receive, and highway funds, finally. 3040 is the Office of Asset Management. You'll notice the positions here. So if you look at the bottom, you'll see position count increase. It's really not an increase in positions. It's a shifting of positions from turnpikes to AMPS
From,
In the last budget cycle.
in the last
In the
budget
last budget
cycle.
cycle, but
Yeah.
the costs weren't allocated right, so we're making
Right,
a
we're
correction
making
this
a
budget.
correction on where they belong, but
Right.
it's not an increase in headcount.
from Turnpike to,
From the turnpike system to AMPS, this accounting unit.
right, which fund? Highway, basically?
Yes. Blended. The next item is a new accounting unit for us. It's 3174. It is the safety office. We have elevated the safety program at DOT to highlight the importance of safety. And so the funding for this accounting unit has been split out of another unit. It's highway design, 3025. So 3025, we took some of the expenses, some of the positions, 8 of the positions, and shifted them into their own accounting unit. We move to the Division of Finance. Division of Finance, we've already had these conversations about the unfunding of positions, et cetera. And the funding is still the same, except we do have some agency income, and that is just print shop revenue from billing, Public Works. We move to the Division of Policy and Administration. And the first AU is 2056, the Office of Federal Compliance, or Access, Opportunity, and Compliance.
I'm sorry, what page are we on?
I'm sorry.
Page 793.
That division, the division only had one bureau, so we moved to the next one. Office of Access, Opportunity, and Compliance. Fully federal, it's federal funded and indirect funded. The HR Bureau. Again, nothing, stop me if you need to. Employee training. Employee training, we see some significant variance because we shifted the funding of the training program to the federal program. The federal FHWA has a 504E program that allows for training, travel, subscription, and dues. And so instead of using highway funds primarily, we're using federal funds.
Okay. And well, we've also ramped this up to really focus a lot on employee development, and hopefully recruitment and retention as well too, so.
And we move to the Operations Division.
You want me to go through these? Yeah. Okay.
what
I'll
account?
give Danielle a break.
What account is that?
Pardon me?
Which account?
2928.
2928. So this is the, we're moving into the Division of Operations. This org is where we bucket all of the winter maintenance costs. Again, this is one of the areas where I believe we are purposefully underfunding from what we feel that we would typically need. If you look at it's spread across several class lines, but again, we have purposefully kind of underfunded this area to meet budget targets, but this is where ideally we would propose to fund the winter maintenance incentive program to have volunteers to continue. That would be shown typically in that class 17 employee special payments. Again, we believe that should be about $2.8 million more than what is budgeted there. And in the various class lines for current expense, for leases.
Slow down. So class line 17, and we're still under winter maintenance, correct?
Yes.
Yes,
Turn down to it. So that shows not a very large, a big decrease, no?
if you look at the 24 actuals,
Right,
for
that's
example.
high, and then it goes way down.
Yes.
Right, that
You-
funds,
so under-
the retention incentive program, so that program is happening, and it happened in 24. We came to get permission for that, and so it is funded there, but we could not fund it in 26, 27, so that's why the numbers are much different. That retention incentive hits several class lines, but it hits class 17 the most, but it also hits, of course, class 60,
benefits,
which is taxes and benefits, and it also hits class 49, which is to pay for other employees from other agencies who come and help support winter maintenance as well. So it hits those 3 class lines.
So I just point that out because this was one of our priorities. We can make recommendations. There isn't, but those are some of the, additional needs that we'd have identified and would like consideration. So overall, and I think on the bottom line of when you look at the total there too, if you look at the FY24 expenses of around $40 million compared to what we're budgeting of around 30.4, 30.5. If it was a very light winter in those years, that might be adequate, but we know, particularly based on, FY24-5, for example, adjusted authorized, that was $32 million. We know that we have gone to fiscal for winter maintenance transfers of around $10 million. So, that actual number is up around probably $42 million in terms of actual expenditures. So it's an indication, it's a range, it's a ballpark of I think where this org is underfunded. So.
And the other 2 class lines that are typically underfunded are 20, class 20, and class 20 is used to purchase salt and sand and liquids for surface treatment, and class 22, which is to pay for the rented contractor equipment, which makes up about 48% of DOT's fleet. 22.
Thank you.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
Quick follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you describe a little bit about that 48% of rented fleet? What, are we talking about things that we have to rent because our schedule of investments on our own fleet is behind, so we have to find replacements, or how? Maybe just some more context, please.
I think the context, we are generally staffed for summer maintenance. We augment our winter maintenance needs with hired plows. So about 50-50 or 48%. If you notice when you're out in a storm or something, you'll probably see a orange DOT plow. If there's a secondary or an auxiliary plow, it's probably a non-orange plow, which is someone we've hired to plow for us. Is that a fair? Dave Rodriguez, our assistant commissioner, former director of operations, and can speak to that. But I think it's primarily we don't staff for full winter maintenance. We rely on the hired plows.
That's correct. And that has been how the department efficiently provides winter maintenance for the history of the department. We've always relied on hired equipment to supplement pieces that we don't own And in the case of this winter plow trucks and others, we rent trucks with operators to provide that service.
Representative Popovich?
Thank you. Would it be fair to say that because of the seasonal / short-term needs for winter maintenance, this is the most cost-effective model regardless of how much money we'd have for the budget?
Absolutely, yes, that's very fair to say.
Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you very much. Yeah, we had a non-orange plow come through Newcastle, which was, my phone was ringing off the hook, as was the chief of police's phone was ringing off the hook.
Oh, no.
Caused quite the stir. So there's a slight increase in the highway fund overall, the 253. And here, there's your $2 million reduction. I'm just curious if overall, if you can provide, the larger picture of where you're using the additional 2 million that's coming in for, I guess, is that?
What class line?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
which
I just, your winter maintenance is so critical. And you're reducing that by the 2 million. Overall, you've got a slight increase in, I guess this is going to be 2027 of 253 million on this. I'm looking on this thingy here. So if you can just tie in where that, I know it's a very slight increase in the overall effect, but how have you made the decision to reduce this as a, with that slight increase? You know what I'm asking?
I do now.
Okay, thank you.
I think we may have to do a little bit more digging to get you a straight answer on that. It is a lot. We are a large organization.
Yeah, I
in
guess what
that
I'm looking
case.
for is, this is a priority decision. And so just, it doesn't have to be very detailed, but just your way of thinking about how you have to disperse limited funds.
Right. Certainly. Moving on, the next bureau, 3005, the Mechanical Services Bureau. Again, that is when we talked about fleet, primarily in the class line of 030, equipment, new replacement. We would ideally like to see about $11 million a year is what we feel the ongoing fleet replacement schedule warrants. You can see we're scheduled, we have budgeted for about half that, roughly, a little bit more in 2027. And I would, again, point out, it's not reflected in the adjusted authorized or in the 2024 actual expenses because we did have a general fund appropriation of about $4.8 million at the end of last budget in recognition of the continued need to not put, not to continue to incur deferred maintenance of the fleet. Past budgets, we've put a lot of effort through capital budget appropriations and other things to focus on the fleet and counter many years of disinvestment and deferred maintenance in the fleet. So we've got it into a pretty good place, and we would hate to see us lose ground. So.
We have made some thoughtful increases here. In class 20, there is really, we're seeing 7% increases in part costs. And we need to maintain additional equipment, and so we've made some increases there. And then in the class 37 line, you see a jump there, and that really is for some specialized diagnostic software that will help us be more efficient. Right now, we're using 11 pieces of software to diagnose equipment, and there's a product out there that can combine all of those into one and have one piece of equipment. And so that's what you're looking at there.
Right. Yeah. Any questions? Moving ahead, the next org unit 3007 is the Highway Maintenance Bureau. Again, that is a big part of our operations budget is the Highway Maintenance Bureau. One point I would point out, if you look at line 029, interagency transfers, you'll notice that expense there in 26, 27. Again, that is, we discussed the UAS position and the highway funds that are going to fund that position. That is where, that's the tie, that's where it's reflected on the highway fund side of the budget. So that expense is reflected in agency income, where that position is located. And again, overall, it generally kind of flat, flat budget, all those class lines, primarily to, again, meet budget targets. But this would be probably an area where, we didn't identify additional needs per se, but as we meet budget targets, this is where, some of the areas that, in terms of deferred maintenance, that we would ideally like to do more, we are restricted by the budget here.
We're on 3007, right?
Correct.
So this is going to jump from 24 actual and then on in your expenses, right?
That's correct. That reflects mostly the changes. What you see that is in class 10, which shows vacancies.
Right.
So it would be in 10 and 60 primarily.
That goes into our, the lapse that we experience every year because of those high vacancy rates.
Representative Roy?
Can you explain, did I miss something under benefits here? It went from 15 up to 24 and then up to 25 million under 060. We're in highway maintenance.
Yeah, again, that's a direct reflection of the 25% vacancy rate that we have. So the actual expenditures in 24 were only $15 million because we had a 25% vacancy rate. If we were fully staffed in the permanent budgeted positions, it should be more in line with the $25 million that's shown in FY 25, 26, and 27.
So
And
you're
the 26 and 27 amounts also include large increases in those benefits that we were provided.
And-
So it's compounded.
incentives, is that, or benefit increases being what? I'm not sure I understand.
I think health insurance is, I think, the largest increase that is seen and reflected in the 26 and 27 budgets.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Is that your question, what class 60 comprises? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's taxes and any employee benefits
Right.
And
paid
employee
by the
benefits.
state. Yeah,
which is primarily the health insurance.
tax, health insurance, the portion of retirement
Yeah.
Thank you.
primarily.
And again, back in the source of funds, it is, primarily highway fund. There's a small amount of agency income, some sponsorship revenue, that comes from, the, vehicle service patrol that we operate. The next org, 3008, Bridge Maintenance Bureau. Bridge Maintenance is our bureau that maintains the existing state bridges. In this org, there was one position, one full-time position that was unfunded to meet budget targets. Again, a relatively flat budget all the way across with some specific needs identified. Again, I think you had called it, Danielle, the thoughtful increases in certain lines as there are specific items to be addressed. For example, class 30, new equipment replacement. There's a slight increase there in 26. We know there are some specific trailer compressors that we're budgeting replacements for, things like that. We have increased class 50 a little bit in anticipation of hopefully trying to have some temporary hires and fill some and help offset some of the vacancies.
we on bridge maintenance?
Yes, yep,
So when you
2008,
say-
page 801.
Oh, there's the increase. Okay.
Yep.
Up and down. then up
Probably,
again.
probably the largest increase you'll see is in class 103, and that is for bridge washing primarily.
Right.
But for instance, the numbers seem to be bouncing around. So class 50 you just mentioned, down from FY 24 actual to 24 to 25, which I get, but then up and then back down again in 27. Am I reading that right? Up to 80?
27 is down to meet budget targets.
Right.
Okay, great. But what, because 26 you figure you didn't need to or something?
No,
What
we
the-
would, no, we would still need it, but we still had to meet a target, so we had to cut something.
Okay, so you did it in just the final.
Yes.
Right.
We hope we won't have to need them. If, primarily, we use these to supplement vacancies. So if we could hire, we wouldn't need as many temps, right? So we could be also hopeful in 27 that we wouldn't need as much.
I get now too. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, the primary source of funds there is federal funds and highway funds, primarily highway funds. There are work efforts that bridge maintenance does on federal aid eligible bridges that we direct fund those eligible activities for, as well as some indirect cost recoveries from turnpike and interagency transfers that were
So is that kind of a matching funds thing between federal and highway, or they're just totally unrelated? You get the highway funds, you get the federal funds for whatever you want, and then you also have highway funds for something else?
typically federal funds would not support maintenance activities.
So in this account, you're just getting federal funds.
Some of the bridge work that we do, bridges, the focus on bridges, the bridge maintenance does, some of the rehabilitation and stuff is federally eligible type of work. For example, on the highway maintenance side, most highway maintenance activities are not federal aid eligible. The plowing, the ditching, the maintaining of the system. The bridge maintenance activities, working on specific federal aid eligible bridges, and the work that they do to bring them back into service, whether it's a deck replacement or some of the other work is eligible. So we take advantage and try to apply those funds as appropriate.
But those funds, in this particular case, don't require a match. That's basically funds you can get that apply to certain kinds of things that federal funds are available for.
Well, the federal funds do require a match, but when you look at the
That's what I was
highway
wondering. Is
funds
that
and
the highway fund
that
match?
comes-
That's what I was asking.
It's included in that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. The match typically isn't as much of an issue because it's being done with department forces. So all of our personnel time and things like that would go toward the match. Yeah.
Yes, Representative Hagan Phillips.
Thank you. I was just looking at line 400 for construction repair materials, and it looks like there was a pretty big swing upward in 26, 27. Could you give us
I
a little
misspoke.
background?
I misspoke. When I said it was line 103, it really is line 400. I apologize. I did the same thing yesterday.
So that is one of the things with we should be washing bridges, washing the salt off, washing the material off quite frequently. Again, with some of the vacancies and stuff, we have not been able to achieve those targets. This past year, we had done a bridge washing contract, and that's what that line item reflects, to contract some of that work out. The next organizational code on page 802 is our Traffic Operations Bureau. Again, they take care of all the signs, all the signals, all of the striping along the state highways. There are some thoughtful changes, as there are specific items that we're looking to address in the budget. For example, I look at technology hardware class 37. There is an increase there. There are some specific equipment updates for remote accessing of traffic signals and some of the software to support that is contained in that. We also have an increase in class 46, in the consultant line item, again, to meet some of our obligations to review driveway applications and permit applications and some traffic impact studies. We do not, again, with the vacancies, necessarily have the personnel to keep up with that, so we do bring on some consultant help to perform those reviews as well.
What line number was that again?
That was line 46 under consultants.
Thank you.
Yep. Was there a question or?
Well, there wasn't, but then I'm looking at line 50.
I was getting to that, yeah, on page 803, yeah. Again, that's per personal service, those are the temporary hires. Typically, we would hire a lot of seasonal help to help man the striping vehicles that stripe the highways through the summer months. We still have it budgeted in the ideal, but if you look at the actual expenses in 2024, we have not been very successful in trying to hire seasonal help for the wages that we pay. So we're competing with McDonald's and others and Dunkin' Donuts that paying more than the state is offering. We still get the work done. We are pressing into service other highway maintenance folks to do that seasonal work. Again, it's at the expense of some maintenance activities that they would typically be doing. But that's what that line implies. And we've continued to budget it with the anticipation and the hope in our efforts that we would still try to recruit and still try to hire that seasonal help to staff those activities, but historically we haven't been very successful in the last few years with that. And then again, it is a split funded. If you look at the funding, there is interagency transfers for supporting the work that traffic does primarily on the turnpike system, agency indirects, and again, some of the federal funds. Again, federal direct and indirect. Some of the direct federal funds that we apply to the traffic division. The striping activities, we have categorized that, we've classified that as a safety improvement to keep up with the visibility of the line striping. So that has been approved as a federal aid eligible expense. So we direct bill Federal Highway for those striping activities on federal aid eligible highways. So the next line, 3031 on page 804 is reimbursable maintenance and repair. Again, it's where we kind of bucket some of those costs for that maintenance and repair that ideally will be reimbursable. Storm events, FEMA reimbursement, things like that.
And the revenue's a placeholder, so we don't know what we would get for federal revenue, so the revenue is parked in 005, but it'll probably be a split. 00, I think that's a D, really is more FEMA. It's mostly FEMA related.
Yep. So moving ahead, on page 805, org for asset maintenance and critical repair. This is the org to repair DOT assets that fall into disrepair or fail. We have about 90 patrol sheds in various facilities around the state. So this is where we would fund things like heating systems or other things like that, and the maintenance of our own DOT facilities. And again, that source of revenue is 100% 100% highway funds. Again, we have limited things to meet budget targets. You look at FY '24 actual expenditures. Certainly some, additional repairs for things that had failed that we had to take care of. Org 3052 at the bottom of that page is our Transportation Systems Management and Operations Bureau. Again, relatively flat or modest increases as we look through some of the individual class lines. And again, this is multi-funded from a number of different sources. There are interagency transfers. Because this is the Traffic Management Center, a lot of their activity is focused on the freeway and interstate systems. So I-95 and the Effie Everett Turnpike, for example. So per an MOA internally, about 49% of this bureau's revenue comes from the turnpike system for the services that they provide, monitoring and overseeing the turnpike assets. Moving on to page 807, Org 3055 is our inmate maintenance crew. We do try to solicit and utilize inmate maintenance crews, typically for trash collection or tree clearing along the highways, things like that. So, yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. With regards to that, I know you're trying to utilize this opportunity. What would be the barriers for increasing this opportunity? I'm going back to hear you talking about things like striping the highway and some of those sorts of activities. Is that a job that would not be open to an inmate maintenance kind of crew for for a variety of reasons? Or are there other opportunities here to expand and take advantage of not take
There may
advantage
be,
of
I
the
don't know if
opportunity?
it's, do you know, Dave? I don't know if it's volunteer per se, but there is, most of these costs are associated with the supervision of those maintenance crews, so that the class 50, the personnel service is to hire and pay for a guard to come with them. The class 22 is for a van to transport them, but do you know Alexis?
I know a little bit.
Very good. Alexis Martin is our Director of Policy and Administration.
Good morning. One of the barriers is that many of these individuals do not have a license, so they're unable to drive. We do also, in the past, we have done a prisoner to full-time employee program through the Bureau of Traffic. Has not been successful as we hoped. We did have a couple of individuals who came through, secured full-time employment, and then moved on to other things, which was great. So we do still have that relationship with the Transitional Work Center, and only certain offenses are allowed over. But something we continue to do. They send us the staff, and we continue to work with them and offer them a full-time opportunity if they're interested.
Is there a skill issue involved in this, and is there also an issue of people who, whether or not they can belong to a union, whether there's union workers involved?
So anyone, part-time or full-time, can join the union if they so choose. The skill issue is many of these positions are called a Highway Maintainer 1. So the qualifications are 3 months of employment and pretty much anything. And then we skill you up through the process, usually over the summer, striping, participating in those activities, coning, those kinds of things. So when in the past, when the part-time employment for striping was really a pipeline to full-time employment for seasonal workers. So they would get some experience in maintenance under their belt and then be able to come on full-time staff to the highway maintenance group and become an HM 1 or 2, hopefully within a year, and then move throughout the maintenance bureau.
Thank you. On page 808, the next item, 3066 is salted wells. This pays for replacement of contaminated wells. This has been generally a set amount that we've have put aside to address this issue. I know costs are increasing, and we are concerned of increasing backlogs of these needs. But this was an established program to address an issue that had been identified a number of years ago. We've continued to fund it at about this level in every budget. But I know we do have a growing backlog of needs that get identified. So, but again, this was set fairly level to meet budget targets. Org 3198 is our fuel distribution. The Department of Transportation runs the state's fueling system. This provides fuel to DOT, other state agencies, the university system. And there is another line item I'll get to beyond, which is related with municipal fuel, because municipalities also utilize the state fueling network. And again, just generally level funded or reduced to meet budget targets. And a big part of this revenue comes from the agency income there at the bottom in 009, which is revenue from the other state agencies, Department of Safety or others that are using the state fuel network, as well as our own fuel usage there in the highway funds. Code 5032 is our oversized and overweight permitting section. This is a revolving fund for the operation and administration of our permit section. So it's self-supported by the fees that we pay, that people pay for the oversized and overweight permits. And that's shown at the bottom there. The source of funds is that revolving fund. Code 5034 is for our lift bridge operators. They maintain the bridges and the lift bridges, particularly in Portsmouth, the Sarah Long Bridge and the Memorial Bridge.
Just one that's on my mind. You mentioned fees. So there are some fees that you all control and set up and that sort of thing?
Such as the oversized, overweight permitting
Yeah.
fee, yes.
Could you just provide us, not right now, but a list of what those fees are that you guys deal with and
Sure.
control?
Yeah.
And when the last time was they were raised, and if you have any thoughts for raising them, that sort of thing?
Okay, certainly.
Thank
Yeah.
you. It's safe to assume that goes into the highway fund?
Well, for
Apparently not.
particularly the oversized and overweight, that goes into a revolving fund that's used just to support that activity.
Okay, but it's the same sort of, it's a dedicated fund that could be,
It is a statutory dedicated fund, yes.
but it could be used as ways that we've discussed previously. Okay, thank you. Representative Murray.
Just a quick question, informational, and I won't mention the little elephant in the room, but how many lift bridges are there in the state?
I believe there are 4. Correct me if I'm right. Am I right?
There are 4, one being replaced.
One-
for him,
Yeah.
The elephant.
The little elephant.
The elephant in the room being Rye, Newcastle Rye. Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah. And it's funny, you looked at if you look at some of the budget line and that if you look at class 50 personnel services, you'll see a reduction from 26 to 27. That's a reflection of the Hampton Harbor Bridge, the new fixed span being open and the lift bridge going away there by 2027. Yeah. Exactly, right, yeah. And counting, yeah.
Representative DeRoy.
Does Maine participate in the Saralong?
Yes,
A quarter?
yes, and if you look at the fund line underneath that, 005, the private local funds, that line represents the state of Maine's share for the expenditures in the lift bridge operations.
Thank you.
Right. So that covers the division of project, division of operations. Moving along to 812, we get into our Bureau of, the Division of Project Development. These are the bureaus that are responsible for the planning, design, oversight of construction of our highway program. Starting off with Org Code 3021, the Planning and Community Assistance Bureau. Most of that is all relatively, level funded or reduced to meet budget, meet budget constraints. A few specific line items, a little bit of an increase in class 50 on page 813. That is to address some expected retirements and some help in helping transition those vacancies. We did eliminate 2 full-time temporary positions there when you look at class 59. Otherwise, things are relatively level. And again, all of these project development bureaus are multi-funded with some either direct federal fund billing for the work that they do on the federal program or federal indirect funds, as well as some turnpike indirect revenue for those efforts that are related to the turnpike system. The next org code 3025 is the Highway Design Bureau. If you look at the bottom, there are 8 fewer positions in this org code. We talked about the safety section being moved to the commissioner's office. This is the org code where those positions came from, and some of those reductions in class 10 and class 60 and along there are reflected here as well. We did, if you look at class 59, a reduction across there. We eliminated 7 full-time temporary positions to meet budget targets. And at the very bottom in code class 405, which is the LILAC program. I know I heard Representative Weiler reference the LILAC program. That is funded with revenue from the conservation plates that come to us for this activity. The change here is that we determined it was a better fit under our Bureau of Environment to put out the LILAC program and manage the LILAC program than in the Bureau of Highway Design. So those, in another org code further on, our Bureau of Environment, that program has been moved to that.
So did you say there were some positions that were moved and some that were reduced? Out of that total of
Yes,
Eight?
the eight that were reduced were just moved. So those 8 positions were the safety positions that were moved, the safety section to the commissioner's office. Class 59, there's a substantial reduction there. Those class 59 represent temporary full-time positions that represents 7 full-time temporary positions that have been eliminated.
Representative Murray?
Thank you very much. At a higher level, can you just give an overview of how you approach highway design? To put it in base layman's terms, what is left to design? So,
I guess I don't understand. What is left to design?
Yeah,
What
since
what do
we
they
have-
do?
The highways are here.
Yeah.
The entrance ramps, the exit ramps, they're here, all that stuff is here. So how do you plan forward for additional highway design?
Sure.
And, you know, where
A
would they
big
be?
part of it comes from the 10-year plan. The 10-year plan identifies project needs throughout the department based on the federal revenue. Those could be resurfacing projects, highway reconstruction projects, bridge replacement projects, intersection improvement projects, safety-related projects. So all of those construction activities require design work, somebody to put to figure out what needs to be done, someone to manage the project, somebody to, you know, put the contract plans together, advertise a construction project. So the Highway Design Bureau primarily then is responsible for overseeing all of that design. We're doing much more work with consultants now. The consultant costs are reflected under the federal program, but the direct oversight by the highway design personnel.
Yeah, thanks for fleshing it out because, you know, in reading that, one can just read it as new, you know, new design projects. And so thank you for filling that in.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And again, this org, like most of them is multi-funded with interagency transfers. That's direct labor from the indirect and direct labor from the turnpike system. Agency indirect cost recoverables, where we look for reimbursement of indirect costs. And, you know, we have direct and indirect federal funds budgeted here. So folks that are working on federal aid eligible design projects, they direct bill to those federal projects, and that direct billing is reflected in this revenue line. On page 815 is our right-of-way bureau, org 3028. Those are the people that manage all the state properties and acquire all of the necessary property rights to support the project development process and support the projects that we are doing. Again, generally level funded. A few technology investments and some new software associated there. The equipment line, our survey section works under the Bureau of right-of-way. Survey instruments and stuff are typically fairly expensive, and those equipment needs are reflected in that Class 30 line. Again, this is an area where we have eliminated 2 temporary full-time positions to meet budget targets. That's in Class 59. And again, the estimated source of funds is multi-funded with interagency transfers, agency and direct cost recoveries, federal funds, and highway funds. Bureau of the next code, 3032, is our environmental bureau. They oversee all of our permitting and oversee all of our environmental compliance for our federal aid projects. Again, mostly generally level funded. I had referenced the LILAC program that shows up here as we move that program to this bureau, and similarly multi-funded as well. Page 818 is the Bridge Design Bureau. Again, those are the folks that design the bridge projects and oversee our existing bridge section, as well as all the inspection activities for our state bridges. Again, generally level funded, a few specific line items. Class 38, technology software, that represents a purchase of a specific AASHTO-ware bridge inspection and management software to do our bridge load ratings and manage the bridge inventory data. And we've also increased Class 46 to have some specific consultant help in terms of supporting the bridge inspection efforts as well. And again, Class 59, those reductions, again, represent the elimination of 3 full-time temporary positions to meet budget targets. Moving right along, Class 3034, On page 819, that's our Materials and Research Bureau. This is an area in Class 10. You'll see some of the reductions. This organization, org unit, we unfunded 3 full-time positions here to meet budget targets. So that reduction is reflected there. And that's the biggest change in that bureau. Sure.
Excuse me, Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering what line were you looking at for the 3 reductions you were just speaking of?
Class 10.
Okay, thank you.
Which is the direct labor. It doesn't show as much from the FY25 authorized to FY26, well, I could see the numbers don't quite bear it out, but that was where 3
That's
positions were
because you have,
eliminated.
because you also have in there, you know, like any raises that people get, so it's.
Yeah. Continuing on, page 821 is our Construction Bureau. Those are the people that oversee out in the field all the construction activities. Again, generally level funded throughout there. That's another area. It does typically have a fairly high overtime rate in Class 18. Again, most of that work is driven by the contractors' project schedules. Construction season in New England and New Hampshire, excuse me, is typically 12-hour days during the summer and not as much during the winter, obviously. So they have that budget to keep up with it. Class 59, again, you see the some
1027.
reductions there in FY27 that represent the elimination of 3 full-time temporary positions in FY27. Multi-funded as well, like the other project development bureaus. And those are the core project development bureaus. Some of the other areas, this next org code 3020 on page 822, 3036. That's our SPR research funds. SPR stands for State Planning and Research. There is a set aside of federal funds. I forget the exact percentage, but some small percentage of the federal funds that we get are supposed to go toward planning and research. This represents the research portion of that, and it's primarily driven by the federal funding. And that represents, you know, the research program that we do, typically in coordination with UNH and some of those research projects that go on through that. Moving ahead into the municipal aid categorization of our budget. On page 823, org 2943, that represents apportionment A and B. 12% of gross road toll and motor vehicle fee revenues go back to the cities and towns based on a statutory formula. So that apportionment is reflected in this org unit.
One is by population, one is by road miles.
Correct. Yep. And every year we pay those out quarterly, and there's usually true up by the last quarterly payment of the year. And it's actually a year in arrears, so we're making payments based on last year's revenue, actual revenue,
And the estimates for revenue come from safety.
right? The next org code 2944, that's the planning element of those SPR funds. That's the planning funds. A lot of this goes towards supporting regional planning commissions and their activities. throughout there. Some specific funding changes in here, particularly Class 38, technology and software. An increase in that line represents a shifting in some maintenance of ongoing software systems from DOIT, who had traditionally paid for it, to being absorbed by the SPR program. But a big part of that in Class 72 is the federal grants. That goes to support the activities of the 9 regional planning commissions in the state. And it's 100% federally funded. Class Org Code 2945, which is the municipal aid federal. This Org Code represents the federal funds that go towards local municipal funded or municipal managed projects. So there are a number of grant programs through through our federal programs that cities and towns can apply for. They're typically competitive to do projects. They manage the projects with the federal funds through us, and that's what this Org Code represents. So it's primarily in grants to those municipal managed projects in Class 30 and Class 72, but also some of the interagency transfers out of here go to support some of those funds that go to other agencies and things like that. And the small amount of private local funds there that constitutes the local match. Most of the local match doesn't flow through the department. There are a limited number of municipal projects that the department is managing, and that reflects the local match for those projects.
So you're anticipating a large increase in grants? Is that accurate to say? Line 72, 072?
972, yes.
And just, can those funds, so those are funds that we're getting from the federal government and we're distributing them to municipalities?
They are for specific projects. So there are federal funded programs that for local eligible projects
That you've applied for?
that the municipalities apply for. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. I presume, my supposition is it's not a, there's not a drastic increase in federal funds going to the municipalities. We found the municipalities are traditionally, they have trouble getting projects to completion and to advertising. They're often delayed, and I think it's probably in the FY24 and the FY25 adjusted authorized, it's probably the lag of municipalities delivering the projects that result in those lower numbers than an increase in federal funds in 26 and 27. So.
Senator Roy?
Can you just give me an idea as to what kind of projects this would fund for local? Would they be bridges, roads, I mean, anything, dams?
Yeah,
whatever they might
bridges,
have?
roads. So, for example, in the federal reauthorization bill that came out, they had a special bridge fund of $45 million a year that came to New Hampshire specifically for bridges. And in that $45 million was an allotment or an opportunity to use about 15% of that toward what they call off-system bridges, which would be typically municipal bridges. So a big part of these LPA projects come from that federal funding. So whatever 15% of $45 million is $9 million a year, something like that. About $9 million a year go toward municipal red list bridges, for example.
Do you have a long list of towns that have projects
We do.
ready?
Right.
Okay.
There are some other programs, Transportation Alternatives Program, which is a competitive grant program, which is typically for municipalities to apply for to do trails or sidewalk type of more smaller scale alternative transportation type of projects. So those are a couple of examples of the locally managed federal aid projects.
Wonderful, thank you.
So moving on to page 826, I had mentioned fuel distribution. Code 4965 is the municipal fuel portion of that. This is the fuel purchased through the state fuel system that is purchased by municipalities, schools, and et cetera. And the revenue offsetting that or reference there is reflected as agency income coming from those. Moving on into the next section, we get into some of the construction program funds. So Org Code 3039 is the betterment program. So that represents 3 cents of the road toll that is collected by safety. So statutorily, 3 cents of the 22.4 cent gas tax goes to highway betterment activities. Represents about $21 million per year, and this is used for non-federal aid construction work on state highways. It supports some of the construction work that our districts do by force account or funding allotted to them for small local repairs and improvements. A big part of this also goes to our annual maintenance paving program to keep up with the paving needs on the roads.
And the revenue is really sourced by the Department of Safety.
Safety,
Yes.
yeah. Code 3049 is non-participating construction. This pays for non-participating costs associated with federal aid projects. It's budgeted as kind of a placeholder. There are certain times, certain activities that come up in a project that aren't federal aid eligible that we will bucket them here. The large number shown in FY24 as an actual expense came from the Conway bypass. That was a project that was never built, and we had to pay Federal Highway back for the federal funds that we had used to purchase property and stuff for that project. So that's the type of non-participating work that is reflected in this org code. The next page, 828, is the SB 367 capital investment. That represents the a dedicated fund that represents the 4.2 cent gas tax increase that was dedicated to rural paving and bridge work and supporting the debt service for the TIFIA loan that paid for the completion of I-93. So it's bucketed and tracked in this org unit, and it is specifically referenced to that dedicated portion of the gas tax increase for this use. And the biggest,
You want me to pick something else?
the biggest thing I'd point out is, one of the things we're dealing with, so for the last, and I think we covered this in the introduction, and you look at the shift in funds there, particularly between debt service on class 49 and class 400 construction and repair materials. So for the last 9 years, we have been able to, based on the structure of the loan, only pay interest on the loan And for the last 9 years, we've been able to use this revenue for local paving and bridge projects. Beginning in FY '26, the debt service, we need to begin paying the principal amount on that loan. Hence the change between FY '25 and '26 in class 44.
And the loan will go through 2034 before it's paid off? And I lost my other train of thought.
Yeah. So, but that's that.
1.09%. That's the rate. That's the
That's
rate.
the rate.
I'm worried about that when we took it 9 years ago, but what's gonna happen? Finish, it'll be a big drop.
There is a drop, yeah.
There is a drop.
Yep. So we'll be addressing that through the 10-year plan this upcoming year, but that from the state budget is a direct reflection of that substantial change this year. The next org code under the section of Consolidated Federal Aid Program is 3054. That is the primary account for our federal aid highway program. This is based on the federal transportation bill and the 10-year plan funding that's associated with that. This should be budgeted and approach, what we anticipate for federal aid, federal highway funding. The org codes are generally aligned to support that activity and those activities. The biggest org codes being, class 46, which is for consultants, which is a lot of our engineering and design work and hiring consultants. Class 400.
Going back,
Yep.
where do we see the increase in payments for TIFIA?
The payments for TIFIA are in the 8910, and you see it in class 44.
Yep.
Page,
Page
828.
That class line
44.
44, debt service to other agencies.
We had 2 million, 2 million, 23 million.
Yeah. So in the last, like I said, 9 years, we've just been paying the interest on the loan, and the full principal kicks in '26.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yes, it
yeah.
is.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a quick question about
Representative Hacken Phillips.
we could go back to the consolidated federal description you just provided about, primarily being a federal aid and highway program. Does the state of New Hampshire leave money on the table that we could otherwise be eligible for because of our, for instance, like our seatbelt law, or just not participating in certain programs? I mean, is there a chance for us to make modest adjustments to get more federal funding?
No, not really. We take great pride that I don't think there's been a year since I've worked at the department for 37 years that we haven't fully obligated all of our available federal funds every year. So the seatbelt law you reference, I know there is certifications that we do. Despite not having a seatbelt law, there is data on voluntary usage that I know we do certify every year so that we aren't penalized for federal funds for things like that. So the one area that we don't tend to compete as well for has been some of the recent discretionary grants opportunities, but we have got some, like the grant to do the seawalls in Northampton and Rye, but that is an area. But again, it's highly competitive as well too, those discretionary grants of additional federal funds. So
There are also penalties if we don't meet our obligation limit, so we are highly motivated to meet them.
sure. Moving ahead, org code 888683, that's the Garvey debt service. Happy to show here that our last payment is due on 9/1/25, and we will have paid off that Garvey debt. So for some of you that don't know, Garvey debt service represents another form of financing that we had done to support the I-93 reconstruction project. It involves pledging future federal aid revenue to support a loan to build the project. So
Thank you. So basically, when I'm looking at the combined impact of the 8910 debt service, where the principal kicks in 26, and the Garvey, where the principal ends in 26, we're basically getting one big hump in 26, and then more or less, we're just getting a $4 million net increase. So the pain for 8910 kind of gets matched and offset by the joy of finishing Garvey.
right. You're exactly right. The TIFIA loan was structured primarily to, not primarily, but with the goal of having a relatively consistent debt service. So as the Garvey debt service declined, the TIFIA debt service.
Thank you.
had-
Personally, I
had
prefer
kicked
a
in.
declining debt service, but I'll settle for the hump and the flattish thing.
Yeah.
So I appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you.
So we're almost done. Thank you all for your patience. Hopefully this is helpful and you're getting your questions answered. We're on the last org unit on page 831, which begins the Turnpike Division. The Turnpike Division is organized a little, I don't know, complicated.
differently.
It's a little differently, yeah. But again, getting back, this is all primarily Turnpike funds supported by the Turnpike toll revenue. So it's divided up into a number of different organizational units. The first one being 722, which is the administration and support. This is all things with the overall organization and oversight of the Turnpike system.
I think the only
Anything
things
from
that need a little bit of clarity is class 29 is where the billing for direct services that are provided by highway funded units goes. So places like mechanical services and bridge maintenance and traffic and TISMO and those kind of things, those expenses are shown in 29. And then in class 40, those are the indirect costs, where the indirect costs are going. So we saw indirect cost revenues on the other side, and here's the expense side of things.
Right.
Yeah, we're trying.
That may be some people have asked that question, and as we look at some of the capital needs, there may be some discussion of that coming up, but, pardon me?
Perhaps in future years as well, to continue that discussion. Yeah.
Mm-hmm, certainly. Yep, so the individual class lines, there are a number of specific items in those administrative lines that are represented, but I don't know drastic changes within that support. The next line, the next org code on page 833 is 7025, which is the renewal and replacement. This represents work on the Turnpike system needed to keep it in a state of good repair. It's based on the Turnpike capital plan. It represents primarily the construction projects, the paving program, the bridge rehabilitation, things that are just keeping the Turnpike system assets in good repair. It does not reflect investment in new capacity or capital investment type of projects. And that level of investment is what is deemed necessary by various studies to keep up with the needs, the maintenance needs on the turnpike system. I would note, one increase in FY '26 in Class 400 construction repair and materials. That represents, specifically a project do touch-up painting on the high-level bridge between the I-95 Piscataqua River Bridge between New Hampshire and Maine.
Representative Popovich?
$10 million worth of paint?
Yeah, it's a big bridge.
I know it's a big bridge.
Yeah.
I'm just a bit taken aback, but again, I trust you guys that you calculated it correctly, but
Yeah.
still, Holy Mother of God.
It is a big project. There are, like I said, some specific projects, again, that flags, mostly it's a pretty even type of program, but that, that's a type of project we don't do every year. Paving, we pave certain sections of the turnpike every year, so it's a relatively consistent investment. Those one-offs or those specialty type of projects that prop up do reflect in a little bit of a spike.
And I'm assuming the painting is needed for maintenance reasons, not for aesthetic purposes.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, we call the the I-95 bridge, we call it a forever bridge because we need to continue to preserve and maintain it because the cost of replacing that bridge or building a new one would be, substantial. So,
And we pay the full cost, or is Maine involved as well?
Maine would typically be involved.
They just don't show up in there yet, their revenues?
I believe it may depend on whether we're doing the project or they're doing the project. So we may not have main funds coming to us as part of this. Unlike the lift bridge operations, we New Hampshire do that but it's split 50-50. For this work, this is probably just New Hampshire's share of that work, but whatever contract that gets executed will have Maine share in it as well. It may not flow through our budget. So, yeah. So, did you have a question? Yes, ma'am.
DeRoy?
Total curiosity. The turnpikes that we have, are any of those turnpikes privately owned? The roads themselves that
No.
no.
No, they're not.
So we bought everything.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why do we keep making the payments on the bonds?
That's right.
Yeah,
They
I don't know
might.
if that's
I
what
don't know how
happened, yeah.
that happens, but.
So we can go through the rest of these relatively quickly. Again, it's structured a little awkward because each separate turnpike, the Central Turnpike, the Blue Star Turnpike, the Spalding Turnpike, all have separate funding lines for operation and maintenance. So Org 7026 is the central operations represented there, the cost for that. Code 727 is the is the central maintenance. That's the maintenance on the Central New Hampshire Turnpike on page 834. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Danielle.
So one of the things I want to point out is even though on the highway side, we can't fund the retention incentive and the winter maintenance piece.
right.
But on the turnpike side, those items are funded. So the retention incentive is funded in the turnpike side, as are increases in salt, sand, and rented equipments. Yes. we
There
do.
is some transfers for.
There are some.
Yep.
Yes.
Representative Popovich?
Quick question, if I may. Thank you. I'm looking at the ratio between the wages in line 10 and the benefits in line 60, and it's almost a 3-to-2 between wages and benefits. Is that a bit higher than usual? I'm just curious if that's the normal ratio. Because obviously benefits are expensive, especially when you talk about providing health insurance to somebody who doesn't have very high wages. That tends to bring that ratio up. So just any thoughts on that?
So it's at least equivalent. So an hour of labor would have at least an hour of benefit associated with it.
Thank you.
Depends, of course, how much they're making, but in general.
So if I may, just to remind everybody, all of the positions, the permanent classified positions, are funded at either the existing position's salary and benefit package, or if it's a vacant position, the starting salary, and I believe a two-person plan is assumed for the HMO benefits. So all of those are driven by backup working rates for the salary tables and the benefits.
So I guess we can go through these one by one. On page 835, 720, code 727 is central maintenance. Again, that's a cost to maintain that, and as Danielle pointed out, we do have the winter maintenance and some of the other materials and stuff budgeted there. We do have some, for example, additional costs reflected in those budgets, particularly class line 400. We're budgeting for a bridge washing contract similarly on the turnpike system, and some of the other contracts for operational services. You see some increases there. Some of that is graffiti removal. This is class 103. As well as some of the cleanup costs that we encounter with homeless encampments within the right-of-way. And if you look at the agency income, there is a line there for 09 that represents the patrol vehicle sponsorship. So the service patrol vehicle that we have an agreement with, I think it's Geico. They provide about 50% of that operating cost as part of the sponsorship on the vehicle itself. Page 836 is the Eastern New Hampshire Blue Star operations. That's Org 7031. There are some changes in Class 10, which represents some shifting around of staffing from the Dover and Rochester toll plazas. At the end of last year, Dover and Rochester capital project went in to eliminate those toll plazas, make it all electronic tolling. So some of those personnel were shifted down to Hampton, for example, and those costs are reflected in Class 10.
But that's still part of the New Hampshire Turnpike Blue Star operation, because I don't see any changes in the numbers of people.
You'll see it in the Rochester area.
I see
You'll see
getting
it in the
9.
Rochester, in the Spalding Turnpike.
Yeah.
AU.
Yeah. So on page 838, if you look at 7036, the Eastern New Hampshire Turnpike, Spalding Turnpike operations, you'll see like Class 10, that reduction of some of those positions that are shifted.
And you see the shifting of positions occurred in 25.
So on page 837 is the Eastern New Hampshire Turnpike Blue Star maintenance. That's the maintenance of I-95. We just talked on 838 about the Eastern New Hampshire Turnpike Spalding Turnpike operations and Spalding Turnpike maintenance. Again, just the cost of operating and maintaining those facilities.
And see the position changes there?
Yep. And then on page 839, Org Code 77050, that represents the toll collection organization code, the cost of doing business, the cost of operating the Easy Pass system and the toll collection activities there. Again, those are the general.
It's kind of dramatic, but contracts increased 102.
cubic.
Yep, okay, yep.
That just
the
is what it
back op-
is.
That's the back office system that handles all of the Easy Pass transactions.
And that's just by contract, it's going up in
It's by
the
contract.
next
Right.
budget.
Yes.
What do you mean going to New Jersey?
It's
No,
cubic.
no, Easy Pass is an interagency group. Cubic is the vendor that operates our back office system. They operate all of the collection, the customer service center and things like
billing.
that, the billing, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And we have agreements with them to collect in those states.
The one item that I would point out to, for example, class 46, you see an increase from 26 to 27, from 50,000 to $800,000. That represents a new RFP for the back office. So just, we're getting toward the end of our present vendor's contract, I think in 28 or 29. So we do have some money budgeted there to begin an RFP process to look at a new vendor.
Representative Popovich?
Thank you. Just to come back to line 102 for a moment, I hear you say that it's a contract increase, but that is a massive increase in a contract. Could you help us understand a little bit more as to why such a steep increase has been built in the contract? Because, we're talking 6 million more or less. I mean, what's a few million between friends,
Yeah, I'll have to look. I know we had just recently redid the contract extension on that option. Do you know, Dave? I think the adjusted authorized or even the actual expenditures are probably somewhat low, because I know that the contract was around the $21 million a year, and that reflected additional accounts, additional cost of living and higher operating costs, but.
Yeah, and a small amount of that, or a portion of that, is related to going to all electronic tolling on the Spalding Turnpike. So where we eliminated the toll booths, so now all of our toll collection is through this system. So it increases the number of letters that they have to send out to people who don't have Easy Pass transponders and so forth.
Thank you. Knowing that one of those letters tends to ask for a lot of money, are we seeing in matching increase in expected revenues from all those people who pay more? I mean, I know that you have a brief period of time when you can pay your toll without a hefty fee, but after that it gets pretty expensive pretty quickly, so.
Right, so most of the revenue is predicated on the toll amount, which hasn't been increased in a
We
number
know.
of years. Postage has continued to increase, labor has continued to increase. All of those are required to send out bills in the mail and collect and process and provide that customer service.
Understood. And if I may ask about a slightly different line, I was just looking at line 020, the current expenses. While we're not talking about the same amount of money, it's still a bit of a difference between the actuals in 24 and the budgeted amount. I just wanted to understand whether that would be, a one-time blip, or is it just the account has a bit of room in it?
A lot of this is credit card processing fees
Mm-hmm.
that we pay. And because there's increases in Easy Pass usage and transponder usage, you're going to see more of that.
Thank
So
you.
it's an estimate. It's
No.
an estimate of that
No,
increase.
of course, I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm good.
And
Go
if
ahead.
I may, one more thing, we are also in the process of converting Bedford to all electronic tolling. So that will impact these future costs as well, and also provide some savings on the operations of the Bedford toll.
Right.
Thank
Will
you.
trigger the toll increase, and I guess that has to be done by the legislature.
Pardon me?
Will trigger the toll increase. Usually it was the amount of funds that were in surplus and so on, and we'd look at it every few years. It's been quite a while since we increased the toll, and obviously the costs will keep going up on all this stuff.
Yeah. Uh, what would trigger a toll increase? Well, one thing I know, the toll rates are governed by governor and council. The
I
discounts are
thought we
overseen
took
by
it
the
away from them
legislature.
because years ago, we said, I remember, could be 15 years ago, we said, why haven't you increased the tolls? And the executive council said, oh, we wouldn't get elected. So we had to take it away from them and do it same as
Yeah.
we did with the
As far
court.
as I know, in statute, I think that the toll rate is still governed by governor and council. Legislature has oversight over any discounts or physical locations of the tolling locations and the toll plazas and
At the
stuff.
time we increased it, it was okay, you can't, the surplus has got to be a certain amount in the fund, and it's reducing to this, and so you got to go back up and increase. And I know it would be very expensive because of signage and, excuse me, all the electronic stuff that would have to be redone.
Yeah.
Well, we definitely are seeing increases in costs. On the Turnpike side, there is an order, a pecking order on expenses, and that is debt services first, operations is next, renewal and replacement is next, leaving capital last. And so some of the things that we are seeing is the pushing of capital projects out. So that's how you know that you're not quite there.
Well, I mean, it's flexible. We can
It's
increase the
flexible.
toll. It's probably
We
going to
could.
be a few million bucks to have
Yes.
a toll increase, but if you bring in another 20, 30 million, you have to do it if that's what the costs are doing. And I see all these costs keep going up and up and up.
And we are having those conversations.
Right. There'll be some discussions with the 10-year plan next year, particularly as
Okay.
some of those capital projects keep getting pushed
But
out.
I remember at one point, we took it away from the executive council because they were dragging their feet, and the Turnpike was not meeting the requirement to have this certain amount of surplus, so we went up.
Yeah. 2009 was the last, that's my total increase. Yeah. Yeah.
Representative DeRoy?
How many years to pay off this investment that we have on all the electronic tolls? In other words, we had the other ones, we were just throwing our money in there. How much did it cost us, and what was the anticipated break-even point for this?
Good question. We're right at Org Code 77499 on page 840, which represents the Turnpike debt service. So these are the current debt service payments for the bonds that are outstanding. So their total outstanding debt is about $184,000.
Million.
184 million.
Wow, that was a good
excuse me.
deal.
That would be nice.
Yeah. And those were 3 bond series, first one being in 2009. It was refinanced in 2019, and there was a refunding series in 2022. So,
We are not
What
close to
account it is
paying
for,
those
sir?
off. It'll be in the 2030s or 2040. It's out there. But I can get you, I had those bond schedules with me,
That's
but
the
I don't think I
849.
brought them. So I can get you a better answer, a closer answer.
and then I guess we can finish up real quick. 841. Sorry, where were we on? So that was the Turnpike debt service, 749, 7499 on page 840. On page 841 is code 7500, which is the Blue Star Memorial Turnpike. Do you know what that is for?
Little Bridge?
Oh, that's for the high level bridge that must be the maintenance of the high level bridge. Yep, and then that can pay the, I'll have to check a little bit more.
You're talking about 7,500?
Yep, 7,500.
I think it's a placeholder.
I think it's a placeholder too. So most of these last few accounts are for various limited activities on the Turnpike system. So 7507, those represent the capital improvements that are budgeted along the Central Turnpike, so,
Yes.
yeah. So I told you it was a little awkward the way things were organized, but 7505 represents the, primarily the capital expenditures and work that's going on in the Central New Hampshire Turnpike. 7511 on page 842 is, represents the toll collection equipment. One of the big costs there particularly is the conversion of Bedford AET going forward. On page 843, I think these are mainly placeholder accounts. There was a project at one point to consider a new exit 10. That's 7512. That I don't think is anything is happening with that. 7514 again represents the capital improvements on the Spalding Turnpike. Most of those in Rochester area have been completed. So some placeholder amounts there.
Representative Popovich?
And then
Thank
on
you.
page
Just
844.
quick
Yeah.
question on the Spalding, obviously seeing how we are finishing that work and taking a break.
Yeah.
Ballpark, how much of a break do you think that will be until Spalding will need more work? Just trying to understand like the cyclical nature of these projects.
So I know on previous, so we've done, I give my sense, on the Spalding Turnpike, we've taken care of the Rochester end. There's been a lot of investment and redoing of the turnpike system around Rochester. Over the past 8 or 9 years, we've just rebuilt the Spalding Turnpike between Newington and Dover and the new bridges over the Little Bay. There's a section there from north of Dover Point Road to say where the all electronic tolling project is in Rochester. That there are no capital plans, but I would say it needs to be studied and looked at. There's a lot of growth in the Seacoast area, and I know that those interchanges are kind of outdated geometry from the 1950s. So
Thank you. This helps.
yeah, but there isn't. I mean that is one of those future needs, some sort of study and assessment, and take it from there. Yeah.
Representative DeRoy?
Do you have any idea when 16 is going to be taken care of, going up towards Conway? From Rochester up, because that's obviously it's such a dangerous
There
section.
have been series of projects along there. No expansion planned other than just rebuilding and reconstruction. So we just did project last year, several years from like Route 28 up past Green Mountain Furniture. We just did another project completed this year up over the hill by Shaw Road and stuff there. That was more of a reconstruction of the existing infrastructure, but no planned widening. I know in the 10-year plan, we have other projects planned to look at Route 16 between Albany, Madison, and into Conway. But again, more reconstruction of the existing facility, maybe addressing some of the safety issues, some of the intersection areas, consistent shoulder width, but no wholesale expansion or anything planned.
Okay, thank you.
And then finally, on page 844, it's a transponder inventory fund. This is just a kind of revolving fund from the revenue to buy and sell the Easy Pass transponders. We've lowered it a little in the future years due to decrease in transponder sales. That was I think we've got something like a 75 or 78% market penetration. So the growth is just with whatever population growth seems to be versus a whole lot of new Easy Pass customers. So and the final org is on page 845, 817, compensation benefits. And again, those are similar to the other highway funded ones. Those are workers' comp and retirement pension benefit health plans provided by DAS for the Turnpike employees. So. That brings us to the end of our budget.
Well done with your timing.
We have HB2 items as well, though.
Okay.
Do you have a few minutes to go
Sure,
through those?
yeah, absolutely.
So we have 3 proposed law changes. I didn't make enough copies. That we missed in the submission.
I didn't get a copy.
This one.
Yeah. Want to talk about this one first?
Well, I started talking about this,
Okay.
so we might as well talk about this. Right? So we have three proposed law changes that we're trying to put through. I'm going to let the commissioner talk about this one because I don't know it.
Yeah, I think these were when we submitted the budget, there were some recommended changes that we neglected to fully convey through Department of Administrative Services. So these were typically things that would be considered in HB2 in the trailer bill. This one, these are typically statute rule changes that are either housekeeping or other things like that. So the additional statute here is a declaratory relative to work that is being done within the highway, within the state right of way or state owned railroad corridor. Yeah,
Talk about the other one. You want to talk about this one?
you got that?
Okay,
That was Shelley's proposal. Yeah, I was trying to read it as we talked about it.
I'll talk about mine though.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the requested change to RSA 236-19, obstructing water penalty, is to add in anywhere it had a highway, add or state-owned railroad corridor. We consider the railroad corridors to be longitudinal and linear transportation corridors, just like the roadway side of the house would consider our highways. We have linear abutters on both sides. From time to time, they'll change and obstruct the flow of water that impacts the railroad corridor, just like it could a roadway. So we see scouring out, we see dams being built, we see our drainage being impacted. So for the department, for the railroad side of the house, and for our ownership of approximately 450 miles of railroad corridors, we're looking for the same treatment under statute that the highway side has, so that we can continue to keep our infrastructure in a cost-effective manner, well-maintained, and so we don't have any expensive investments of maintenance in the future.
The second item is an efficiency, a rule change. So currently, the Division of Finance currently assigns, manages, and releases encumbrances. And we do I'm sorry,
Did you skip one or was she talking about two?
she's talking about the first one.
Are you on RSA 94-1 now?
No, the second one, there's a second one on
missing
that
one?
page, yeah. Sorry, this
Oh,
one here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oops.
That's what I'm asking.
Honestly, I'm not sure how it's related to you because it seems to be lottery or whatever, but I'm just
Just a
trying.
suggestion, what we've encountered between the classified and unclassified positions is there's been some compression, so some of the reclassification and pay raises and things that have gone forward, we found compression at those higher levels between some senior bureau administrators and our unclassified director position. So statute right now requires, I think, $1,000 pay differential between an unclassified position in anyone they supervise. We've run into cases where that's had to continually been redone. So we're recommending or suggesting a different value to promote that separation. Alexis, do you want to add to that? Or?
Sure. We have 5 directors, so these are the unclassified positions and the salaries set. With the increases, with the classification changes, some of the administrative positions that report directly to the directors, just in base wages alone, are making more than them. So currently, like the commissioner said, it's at $1,000 difference. There must be a $1,000 difference. As an example, we have a director who is significantly lower than her highest paid classified report. So every time that person gets an increment, we have to go to governor and council again and ask for the difference to be added to that person's salary. So it's every time the classified employees get an increase, it continues to compress that gap and cause more GNC attendance.
Representative Popovich?
I distinctly remember once upon a time in my many careers having been told that if I want to switch from my job as a trainer to a manager, I would have to take a pay cut because managers were paid less. I'm just trying to understand why we have the presumption that a manager has to make more than anybody that reports to them, especially with certain specialized positions that are very hard to find. I want to show a lot of respect to the administrators, but sometimes you just got to pay the techie that does the job more because you just don't have enough of them. So I'm just trying to understand where that is coming from. I understand that's the current law, and right now it creates administrative pain for you because you got to keep making adjustments. But is the department's position that those wage differentials have to be there when people report on a chain, or is it just your need to comply with existing law that just is something you got to respect?
I think it's the need to comply to the existing law. There's also, some incentive and benefit to incentivize and encourage people to step up into those higher levels of responsibility and that we depend on. There's almost a disincentive for somebody to step up into a director's position because of that compression.
I get that. And now, if we change the differential from the current statutory, I understand it's 1,000, you're looking to change it to 5. I'm not clear how that would decrease the number of trips because still you have a larger gap, but every time the bottom comes up, you'll have to move the top. So
Right. So for one position in particular, in our agency, one of the director positions, it needs to go through an unclassified reclass because I do believe it's inappropriately lowly classified. So we do need to go through that process. In this current, in the specific situations we have, the both of the division directors and the employees of their direct reports have been with us for a very long time. So they are both maxed out, to say it bluntly, at where they can go. So anytime that now there's a CBA increase, it's going to result in more. So we kind of met the cap of going back and forth. But anytime now that there's an increase across the board through collective bargaining or anything like that is the only time that we would have to go back. And I believe if we had the 5,000 limit versus the 1,000 limit, it would really eliminate a lot of back and forth in most of these situations because we're literally talking about a 4% increase every time. So $1,000 to the next step is now it has to be $1,000, but we're only asking for 700. So every time you're asking for a different amount of money to governor and council based on what the two people are making.
So it's a suggestion of some that we had put forward, but we recognize that it has, you know, it is a directly attributed to some issues that we are having, but certainly recognize that this has a bigger span of impact. But no, I don't think so. Just changes the parameters, the differential, yeah. Yeah.
And you're saying the detriment would be if we just repealed it, that what some people wouldn't want to become a director?
I think part of the detriment of having that $1,000 gap and where we have some bureau administrators really kind of bumping up to that unclassified level, it's a disincentive for people to consider taking on those higher positions of responsibility.
I mean, it's not unusual in the private sector to have people reporting to people that make less than them.
Sure.
Or even in government, if you think about some of the things we saw over the past 4 years, with the highest paid employees making more than the president by a lot.
Sure.
Yeah, and some changes have been made in the past few years recently to try to address the disincentive of taking an unclassified position, because at our agency anyway, I've never been at another agency, that administrator who is making more than the director is being asked to take that director role. So they are being asked to take a decrease. They're no longer earning leave. So one of the changes recently made was previously you had to cash out your leave. Now you get to take it with you. It goes into a grandfathered bank, and then you earn, I believe it's 4 days of leave per year to then cash out when you retire. So they are, and I believe the $1,000 thing was put in there as well. But if you're asking somebody who makes 120 to now take a position that only makes 98 and not earn any leave towards their cash out at retirement.
I guess I'm confused as to why, when you're asking somebody to take on a higher role, you couldn't, at that point, pay them more.
In statute, we're paid what we're paid.
We're paid what we're paid. The directors don't have, when you go to a classified from unclassified, you're not in a different pay scale?
So there's an unclassified wage schedule, and we're paid by statute, I
Right.
believe.
Right.
So some of those currently are significantly lower than what the classified employees who are paid by the hour make at the end of the year.
Is it just hitting your department?
Oh, no, this is probably across the board. But I'm not at another agency, so I don't know. There is a list of positions, and we can go by title to determine if something is a like position and where it is on that salary schedule.
Okay. I think the right solution is, if it's really a problem, that you would change the pay scales of so you could give the person a raise or whatever, not play a game with this is just, I don't understand this. I guess I need to understand, maybe give me some more realistic examples, some actual examples, so I can understand what's going on here and where the change should really be made. It just doesn't seem like the right way to make it. Representative Weiler?
Been on the salary adjustment committee coming up all the time. Do the same, have supervisors that more than the people that supervise. It's always improved.
So I understand what you're saying. I don't understand the mechanism.
Practice in state government.
Okay, so the state government and federal government are very different.
Yeah, we can provide some additional information, but it's just a suggestion. It's something that we observed, and it was a recommendation we would like to make, but it's just that, a recommendation, so. You want to get to the last one?
Two more.
Thank you, Alexis.
So currently, so this is really to put something that's been a practice for 20 years or more on paper, because I can't find where the agreement is for this, because I've only been here 10 years, so So currently, the Division of Finance manages all of the encumbrances for DOT. It manages all the encumbrances. There's about 735 items. We also manage all the task orders within those. There's about 500 items. We have staffing that have been doing this. We have rules that have been applied to this for as long as I can find somebody who has history. But it is not in writing anywhere. And so the suggestion that I received was to come and have it added to law. So what I'm asking for is to have the authority to encumber at DOT, to encumber and unencumber funds for approved expenditures, task orders, and items approved, once they're approved at GNC, which is what we're currently doing. And then the next item is, Shelley, would you like to talk about the parking lot? Last one.
Oh, yeah.
So as the commissioner said, we, the department owns and manages many park and ride lots. We just have the two that went through the public-private partnership, but other than that, our district forces or our contracted facility operators are responsible for the park and ride facilities. We've seen a lot of abandoned vehicles being left at park and ride locations, including campers and things that are really expensive to have to deal with. We've seen companies who have actually brought and left them at the direction of the purported owner and dumped them at park and ride lots. And right now it's incumbent upon the department to take from our limited resources, financial resources, to pay for this. So we're looking for this change so that the cost of the removal of the campers or vehicles would be on the tow company if they're bringing them and dumping them and putting them there. Essentially, it's upwards of about $5,000 in some cases for campers to be removed from park and ride lots. So.
The last item for HB2 was in the presentation on the last page, and it was to add revenue. It was to add revenue for the P3 income that we're receiving that is not currently in the budget. So there are two sources of revenue: sustainment fund revenue and rental income revenue. We'd like to be able to budget some of that in this budget. And also we need two dedicated funds because the funds are restricted by use. The rental income is restricted because it was previously purchased with federal funds, so there's a federal agreement that's tied to this on what we can use the funding for. The sustainment fund is restricted to maintenance of the facilities only, I believe. Yes. So I'm looking for two dedicated funds to be able to put that in.
And you're saying that both those dedicated funds are required by federal agreements?
I would say that one of them is required by federal, based on the federal agreement that was made because the property was purchased with federal funds. The second one is tied to the agreement itself that says that the use of the funds can only be for a certain purpose, and Shelley can explain. a little
And I
bit
would
more.
say this is probably more of an issue with the state budget structure. So, if we didn't have these dedicated funds to keep these separate to maintain this facility and for the contract requirements, these funds would go to the highway fund, right, or unrestricted,
general fund in this
or
case.
go to
It
the
would
general
go to the general
fund and just be part of everything. So.
I'm just
We
asking.
did it
because-
similar, we structured this agreement very similar to how we did the rest areas in Hooksett. That's a long-term land lease for that. The difference is with the turnpike system being an enterprise fund, we have control within the turnpike system of establishing these dedicated funds to keep the funds and the revenue that come in associated with that, going just toward that facility. We don't have a similar mechanism in the broader state government. financial system. that we-
I was
that's what
just
we're
asking
established.
because we are trying to decrease complexity a little, and this adds complexity. So,
I know, I hear you.
you know,
I had a conversation with Treasury about this, because the agreement called for putting the funds in a separate bank account or a separate fund and earning interest. And that's not really necessary. They can still use pooled funds and get the advantage of the pooled funds like they do now. They would just need to book interest on them on a quarterly basis, right? So they've agreed that that's the way that they would approve that.
Who's requiring this?
So Deputy Commissioner Briere spoke earlier about the P3 project because the property that the DOT owns for Dover and the Portsmouth portion were bought with federal highway funds. In order for the department to do a P3 contract and solicitation, the department entered into agreement with the Federal Highway Administration headquarters. It's the first one that we're aware of in the country to be able to do something that's revenue generating on federal property. So we entered into an early development agreement that allowed for concessions and charge for parking. So as part of that revenue generation on federally purchased property, Federal Highway came up with restricted uses of the revenue to be transit supportive, which was the original investment in the property, was to support shared ride use activity. So they've restricted what we can spend that revenue on. So that is the one that is restricted by federal requirements. And then the facility sustainment fund, much like at the hooks at rest areas, we are requiring the contractor to pay into an account. So should they not step up under the obligations of their contract and make essentially safety improvements or to the facilities that we own, then we will have a fund on which we can draw and we can invest the funds that they've paid in to make our facilities whole and safe for public use.
So there's no requirement in that latter case?
That's a contractual requirement.
Contractual?
A
the
contract that
contractor
went
required
through,
it?
the contract went through governing council for the facility sustainment fund. And because it's dedicated revenue coming from that contract to be invested in those facilities.
Who are the parties to the contract?
The parties of the contract are the Department of Transportation and C&J.
What is C&J?
In Portsmouth, bus so Jalbert Leasing doing business as C&J Bus.
So the bus line is demanding that you,
No, the bus line is paying into the facility sustainment fund as our 30-year lessee of the property. The money comes in, and the department and the Pease Development Authority, in the case of Portsmouth, have control of those funds. So if there are any safety concerns that need to be addressed that C&J does not step up to do, we take those revenues that were paid into this account, and we can hire a contractor to go make those improvements.
so this is just the one that's related to the Portsmouth Development Authority, not the other one, which is not involving that.
No, Dover has the same requirement. It's just in the case of there's two facility sustainment funds, one for Dover that the department has full control over, and there's a facility sustainment fund for Portsmouth that both PDA and the
Okay,
department have
let's
joint
go with the
control.
easy one first, the Dover
Okay.
one. That's already in place?
The contract was approved by governing council in December.
No, I mean, the separate fund is already in place, dedicated fund?
That's what we're trying to.
That's what we're trying to establish.
They're
They-
asking for three things here?
It
Three
would be
funds?
one facility sustainment fund, but we would have separate accounting to know how much was dedicated to Dover and
Okay,
how
so
much
let's-
was dedicated to
let's Stick with the
Portsmouth.
Dover one. Who are the parties to the contract?
Parties of the contract for Dover are the state, with the Department of Transportation being the contract manager, and Jalbert Leasing doing business as C&J Bus.
Okay, so the bus company demanded this?
Part of the contract negotiation, when we went out to RFP and negotiated the contract, was to use a similar model that we had used for the hooks at rest area, so that the state, as the underlying fee simple owner, would have access to funds should our lessee not step
I
up.
understand what
It was
they
put
want.
in
So
the
it's put in
con-
by
What
the
I'm trying to
contract by the
understand is why
department.
the state entered into these kinds of agreements.
We issued a RFP. We solicited this input. We put together the contract to enter into this agreement.
Right, so I'm just trying to understand why the state is putting itself in these positions of requiring these dedicated funds.
Because we want to protect the underlying state asset. So these are P3s. We aren't selling these outright to the vendor. The state is retaining ownership as part of this public-private partnership. We're working with the vendor on a long-term lease. So having these maintenance agreements protects the underlying state property.
These are owned by the state, correct?
They are.
At least this particular one is.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
The state owns it.
Yes.
The state backs it. Why do you need a dedicated fund? I mean, all these special dedicated funds are not
Because for
necessary.
the next 35 years, we are putting the maintenance and operation of this facility in the hands of a third party. So to protect the state's interest, we're requiring them to pay into this fund.
All right.
So it's our requirement. It's not C&J's. It's our requirement as part of the contract to protect the state property.
I get all that. I just don't understand why the dedicated fund. That's the only piece I'm missing.
Because it's restricted revenue for a purpose.
I understand what these funds are. They're not good fiscal management, basically. We don't really need to have 1,000, as we have literally probably 1,000 dedicated funds. And
I don't believe we have another avenue besides this dedicated
restrict
fund to
the full
restrict the
faith
revenue.
and the credit of the state of New Hampshire?
We don't have, we can dig into it a little bit more and provide a better explanation than we're providing here. But I think the mechanism of collecting and retaining these funds to protect the state interest. I guess you're right.
You're not protecting the state interest.
We believe we are. We believe we're protecting the interest in this facility rather than having these maintenance funds go to the general highway fund for appropriation to everyone. And at some point in the future, if that default on the contract happens, having the whole state or general fund be responsible for it. We want to set up this fund to protect just this facility.
And it holds the operator accountable. Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Sustainment account. That's correct.
It's a requirement. It's a requirement as part of the contract that we put on them to pay into this account. No, no.
No, I think they, again, intend to be good partners. There's a cap on the maximum that will be paid in over time when we review that annually, when we do a facility assessment. So I think they understood that that was part of the price of doing business with the state, knowing that there was some risk involved in this being the first time that we're doing this in the realm of public transportation.
Well, we can provide a better briefing. I can see it's out late in the morning, and I know you sound frustrated, Representative, and I don't want to. We need to do a better job explaining it. And if there was a mechanism that we have, without going this route or establishing a dedicated fund, that would be preferable to us as well too.
And I tried that, but there are no other avenues to restrict the revenue, I was told.
Okay. Well, we can.
Agreed. The question is, there seems to be there's no need to restrict the revenue. If somebody can explain to me why, then, but we don't do it now.
Yeah, certainly. That's a good question that we'll get back to.
Well said, everybody.
I really appreciate the committee's
No.
time and attention here. You've been very,
Thank you very much. It's been fantastic. I apologize for this misunderstanding at the end here, which
Yeah.
I still misunderstand, but the presentation's been great.
Okay.
And you've been really good with the time.
Good.
I mean, you got a lot in a very little time. So
Excellent.
thank
All
you
right.
very much.
thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, I'll close the hearing at 12:27. At 12:27.
We're back at 1.
And we'll be back at 1. And did you?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
the Finance Division 2 meeting, and this afternoon we have the Department of Safety with us. And before we get going, I'm reminded that we went kind of slowly this morning, and this one apparently is even longer, more time. So if we look at if we see federal funds, we maybe should kind of move quickly past those accounts. And if we get to accounts that have relatively small amounts, maybe we could kind of move past those accounts and just try to keep things moving because they've got a lot to get through, and hopefully we will all get through it. So with that, I will welcome our guests from the Department of Safety and ask that you introduce yourselves and start right on in.
Good afternoon. I'm Amy Newberry. I'm the Director of Administration at the Department of Safety. And with me today is Commissioner Quinn and Melanie Carraher. Melanie is the Deputy Director of Administration at the Department of Safety. So I first wanted to start today with just going over what's in your packet. While I'm not going to go through all of this, I just wanted to explain what's in front of you. So the first, the PowerPoint, the first item is the PowerPoint. Now you have seen a lot of this before. So I just wanted to point out some of the changes that are in here. So if I flagged a couple of pages that I'm going to ask you to kindly look at. The first one is page 9 of the PowerPoint. So each of our 7 divisions have a page where their overall budget is in this PowerPoint. And we have updated the colors in here as well as a recommendation from Representative Popovich. So hopefully it's easier for you to see. This is based on the governor's targets, and we have met those targets. So and then of course in here, I didn't change any of the, if you want to look at the department's org charts, the division org charts, the mission and vision, and the you know, what it is that we do, all of that's in here. Those are unchanged from the first presentation. Now the second flag in here is on page 12. And that we're going to talk a lot about today, which the commissioner will talk about in a bit. And that is the Granite Shield, Northern Shield, and Northern Border Alliance. I think that it's, while it's in the budget book and we'll go through it, I think this slide will help provide more context to these programs and define them a little bit differently. So I wanted just to put it in here for some guidance later. So that's the PowerPoint.
Okay, you're good.
So the second sheet, although it's very small, we can certainly follow up with this electronically. This is a list of funded vacant positions. This is a working document, if you will.
Do you have
So
another paper copy of that? Mickey, I don't think I have the electronic version.
this is attached to the PowerPoint.
Well, I don't have, yeah, I don't have
You have that online?
Oh, there is a PowerPoint that I had. It's for, that's for Chairman White. Have mine for.
No, no, it's okay. It's fine.
For.
I'm an electronic person. That's you. You're gonna send out a.
I will forward this. I will send it electronically. So this document is this is ever changing, if you will. So this is only a moment in time. We are still advertising. We are still filling positions. So I know that, for example, we have on this list, we filled 9 trooper positions recently. And we are still advertising and filling positions. So this is again, just a moment in time. So we can keep this updated if you'd like.
Can we rewind just a moment?
Of course.
These are
Yeah, this.
these are your funded positions, and you're indicating whether or not they're filled or not.
These are currently funded vacant positions.
These are all the vacancies.
At the
funded
time
vac-
we pulled the
Got
report,
it.
yes. And their funding source is in here as well.
So just to be clear, when you do send this to me, please send me an Excel spreadsheet. Don't send me a PDF.
Okay.
Representative DeRoy.
How many positions is it, hon? Do you know the count on this? Oh, I don't want you to have to count it if you don't know it off the top of your head.
I don't have the count.
And what, if I may, what percentage are the vacancies compared to, you know, your,
The percentage one.
So right now, our department vacancy rate is at 12%. And that was just this.
thank you.
12%. Wow.
This is really good. She's
Somebody's been
incredible.
vacant, somebody's been vacant for a long time.
You're both incredible. Sorry, I thought you were listening to it. This is fantastic.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
Just so the committee's aware, that Excel file is coming to you via email now. So you're getting it. Yeah. So that's on me. Amy, the department did send that to me. I didn't realize it was going to be part of their presentation today. So that's my fault.
Okay, so moving on, the next page is, the next document in your packet is a summary of, these are programs within the budget book. The page number is listed on here as well. Most of these are federal accounting units and a description of what that program is, as well as the RSA that supports that initiative. And so I thought that given how many, we have 134 accounting units, and I thought to get through the budget book, this would help support the information regarding the federal funds and what programs we have. So it would give you a resource later.
By curiosity, was this already part of your slide deck or is this a separate thing?
No, this is new, and I did not send this on yet, so I will do that. We just put this together.
Great. You just send the PDF any of it. That's fine. Not right now.
Okay.
I'm blaming you.
Okay, so jumping into the budget book. So Department of Safety, we start on page 339. It's the bottom of the page. There's no data on that page. So it really starts on page 340.
So as you go, when you make references to page numbers and all, could you also provide me account numbers? Because I'm looking at this in a different way than you are.
Cer-
It's 1123. I mean, I figured that one out. But.
Okay, yes, absolutely. So, and stop and correct me if you want me to explain more on these. How we approach this is really looking for changes of 10% on either direction to get through this. But if you want specific information on any one line, just ask.
Okay.
But that's how I'll go through this.
That sounds great.
Okay, perfect.
That'll keep it moving. Yeah.
So
Very good.
on this page, so just quickly for reference, so this is the Office of the Commissioner with a 20.4 million sought for fiscal year 26 and 20.6 million for fiscal year 27. 37% of this is allocated to salary and benefits, and operating costs are federal grant awards processed mostly by Office of Highway Safety and Homeland. So on account code 38, you see the difference of 35,000. That is software being purchased for the IAC.
Excuse me. So are you looking at just the account that you mentioned there, 1123?
Yep. And that description of 1123 is also on the sheet that I handed out about what
But didn't you say something about 24 million?
that's the overall budget for the commissioner's office.
Okay, so you're way down.
That's at the end. So the Office of the Commissioner runs from page 340 to 348.
So I'm looking at the Office of Commissioner total. I still don't see 24 million.
It's probably for the biennium.
No, 348, it's the 26, 27 totals for all the commissioner's office.
Oh, okay, so don't do biennial
those.
totals because those are not,
Okay.
no, you can jump ahead, but don't use biennial totals because apparently you don't put those into your spreadsheet. They don't appear in the spreadsheet, so.
Understood.
Oh, okay, I get it now, okay. So you're just gonna skip this whole commissioner section because it's not really,
So this is,
No
are you
variance?
okay with that? If
I'm
I
fine
skip-
with that.
Okay, so I'm gonna
So
skip
so
over
just let
this.
me know when you're doing that so I can scan quickly to the end of
Okay,
all the accounts.
so, page 341 and accounting unit 2298 is Homeland Security grants. That is also federal funds. Questions on this page? Page 342, this is 3082. So this is the office of the Bureau of Hearings. So this is out of the commissioner's office as well. So some of the activity here and changes, let me see. Yep, it's all federal.
So if I may, just it would be easier if when you refer to the page, we also bring up that 4-digit account code. In this case, we're on page 342 on account 3082.
Yes.
Some of us navigate with page numbers, some of them navigate with accounts, and this will smooth things over. And seriously, we appreciate it.
Okay, so I'm not seeing many changes in 3082. Do you have any questions about that account? $50.03, same page 342. I think the largest change there is in 30, 030, and that's a car. That's
So-
a replacement car due to age and miles.
This is a question to the committee. If it's under $1 million of total expenses, are you comfortable going past it, or do you, or under $500,000? What number? Under $1 million?
In a rule, yeah, sure.
Okay.
There may be,
So unless you see a reason to stop at one of these because the expenses are lower than $1 million, maybe just like go ahead and gloss right over them. Because a lot of these, like this one here is like $400,000, right? Or $500,000. There's then a $300,000 and $500,000, so
Okay,
7541 seems to be the first large one, larger. Yeah, go ahead.
The only adjustment. Did you kill the mic?
Oh, no.
Oh, there it is. The button was red, the mic didn't work. Anyway, so the only adjustment I would suggest to what the chairman is saying, we want to focus on the larger amounts because for obvious reasons, but if there is something that's under the threshold that has some meaningful changes, please don't hesitate to stop on it, but otherwise, yeah, we can, stuff like aerial safety, I'm sure it's an important topic, but budget-wise, it doesn't seem to be a significant expenditure, so we can, I hope they won't feel insulted when we skip over it pretty much.
okay, certainly. So, correct, in the 7541, that is the Office of Highway Safety. That is another federal grant program. So so the changes there, let me see, they're hiring.
You can skip those two.
Skip- okay.
Sorry, I didn't notice that was federal.
7542, that is federal. Oh.
I think you just finished the
we are.
commissioner.
No,
Yeah.
there are big chunks.
Big chunks.
It's kind of funny. Some areas
Okay.
are essentially all federal. We are waiting to get here.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Representative Murray.
Yeah, on my page 347, this is under the alcohol impaired driving. Is that a new grant from the federal, line 102? It's 200,000 this year and then 200,000 next and next. Is that just a new federal grant?
Trying to find where you are.
7543, alcohol impaired driving, number 102. It's not a large amount. I'm just curious to know if we got a new grant.
I wouldn't call them new grants. There's new opportunities that, take place, but I would say that's just, reapplying what we've done in the past, alcohol impairment.
So now we're on page, well, actually, we're to the Division of Administration. I'm on page 349, it's 2318. But I'm not seeing a large change here. Nothing on 350.
There's a whole bunch of them that you can slide past. All federal funds anyway. Oh, no, you got highway funds down here. Whoop. I see you got highway.
I think now we're to DNB.
Well, so when you get to 20, did you go right past 23? Or what is that? 2190?
2190?
Oh, sorry, that's in a different department. Okay, so what happens after 4244? Can you give me the account number?
DMV, this is at 233010.
Is this just the 4 digits? Thank you.
I see
So that's federal. Yeah. Actually.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
I'm just very curious on page 353, unit 1110, driver safety education. How do you zero out the holiday? How does that work? So I assume we need DMV staff. Then they get holidays, so I'm a little confused. How does that happen?
Holiday pay is for when they actually work on that holiday, so we don't have, opportunity.
Closing, holiday, got it. Thank you.
Other questions on this AU? Okay. So I'm through with DNV and didn't find any other.
I agree.
Fine.
Just a question. So that's the Department of Motor Vehicles, right?
Correct, yes.
So just as, I don't know what was there, but in terms of a question I have for you, not to answer now, but I'd like to know what fees, since like registration fees, those kinds of things, the department has, and when they were last changed, modified, and how many per year do you process for licenses or registrations or, whatever? Thank you. Oh, and if they go into an account other than the straight highway fund, if they have some sort of dedicated fund associated with them.
Okay.
Or unrestricted fund, if that's the right word.
So the Division of New Hampshire State Police starts on page 358 and runs through page 389. So changes there.
These are pretty small too. No, what's this one? Federal grants. Here, Representative Murray. Oh, me? No, I don't have a question.
I don't know if let me know if I've skipped too far ahead. I'm looking at the cold case unit. And, it looks like you've got,
Page, unit.
my page is 361 and the cold case unit is 1876. And you've got, you're buying something next year.
What's your question, Representative Murray, on the cold case unit?
Equipment unit.
What is the 93,000? You're getting new equipment for the cold case unit?
We currently have 2 auxiliary troopers and 1 full-time state police lieutenant assigned in the cold case unit.
This is equipment.
030 is a fleet vehicle.
Vehicle.
For the record, it's not as much the cost of the vehicle. When I was equipping police cruisers, it was all the other equipment you had to put on them,
Upkeep, the
just
fit up.
to make it clear that it's not just go to the lot and pay the dealer for a truck. So, thank you. Since I was making snide remarks. So.
Guys, they come in here and we're like,
We're good. We haven't got any.
Yeah, I have a few questions about page 362, unit 2064, the substance abuse enforcement section. I'm seeing some pretty big changes, so maybe you could walk us through specifically personnel and then rent leases, equipment replacement. That's pretty much the ones that drew the most attention to me when I went through this the first time.
Personnel transfers. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, I have them. So for the personnel, the decrease is we unfunded 2 positions. And the equipment. I have that we decreased the equipment purchases and the rent, but I don't have the list of what equipment that was planned for that was removed. Do you have it? The fleet vehicles.
Representative Murray.
Is this part of your attempts to meet the governor's targets? Is this, yeah, okay.
So nobody has any permits and licensing moving forward? 2913. Probably several pages forward. If you just tell us what that's about, and 'cause that sounds like a place where you're doing permits and licensing, which would bring fees in, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir. Is there a question, sir?
Can you say what permits, what licenses, what are we talking about here?
So that's permits and licensing, that unit, commonly referred sometimes as the gun line, which does
Oh,
approvals
okay.
for gun purchases. They also license security guards and bail enforcement agents, and so they
Okay.
handle all the permits and licensing on those 2.
That's the gun line, I got it, okay. Representative Murray?
Are we moving to the next page? I was curious about the substance abuse enforcement, the Granite Shield. What happened to 2025? Why was that zeroed out?
What page? 37. Okay, for you?
I'm on 366. What's HB2, not HB1? No, now it's part of HB1, it's in the budget.
Where the hell are the expenses? Sure, if you want to. Go ahead.
Well, some more topics, I should say. The Northern Shield, drug trafficking portion of HB2 is on page 42 of our initial draft. I have no idea what we got on the formal draft. And we can each have
And what account is it related to?
the Granite, or I'm sorry, Northern Shield, that's an HB2.
Right, which account in the
I don't,
budget?
not in this exact spot, just trigger my memory.
So the Northern Shield was incorporated into accounting unit 3077, which is the one you were questioning about. There was no 25 budget. That got built into that accounting unit.
That's good. I was.
I can wait.
Oh, shoot. Darn it.
I'm happy to wait.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
So Representative Hacken Phillips is correct. So Section 70, Northern Shield on page 42 of House Bill 2 does relate to this accounting unit. So I think the department could just speak to the 1.8 and 1.7 million dollars, the source of funds, where that's coming from, and what is kind of being proposed here.
Vicki, where is that in HB2?
Page 40, Section 70. So starting on line 22.
What section was it on page 4?
I don't know.
What section, Mickey?
Oh, I
Oh,
got
page
it.
42.
No, I think it's a different one.
Section 7, you got it.
Sorry.
It's right here.
I thought you said 70. I'm going crazy.
So the $500,000 that's being talked about in HB2, that's a component of what we see in the grants non-federal for account 3077?
I'm on.
Now mine just came back. That's very strange.
I guess my concern is that if I'm reading the right section, that there's plans to use part of the opioid abatement trust fund for Department of Safety purchases or purposes. And my understanding was that the opioid abatement trust fund was to combat, like, I guess, like patient care, essentially, like to prevent folks from even, I guess from like recovery and substance abuse treatment, essentially. But in this case, it's really just enforcement. And my question is, shouldn't Division 3 be taking a look as well at this policy change? Considering I don't believe the trust fund in the past has been used for safety purposes.
Do you need thoughts on Mickey?
No, we could ask Division 3 for their comments on this section. I don't know if the department wants to speak to the intent and why that source of fund is being used for this purpose. I think it's the new first time we've used this for enforcement, but I'll let the department speak to that.
Historically, this has been a generally funded accounting unit, and during the governor's phase, the funding was updated. It was updated for the governor's office.
I would just say, I think this program is critical, and, I defer to policymakers on how it's funded. And, and I don't think I'm prepared to speak in great detail of the opioid abatement. I understand where the dollars are there, but my goal is to just find the dollars to keep this program running.
So basically, I'm sorry, Representative Murray?
No, I think my concern is that the money is being accrued for opioid abatement programs and not law enforcement programs. And so there seems to be a shift of the way the money is supposed to be used. I'm fine with it being appropriated, but that it be used for opioid abatement programs as opposed to law enforcement. So I think that's would be my question. Were you saying the governor is the one who made the shift with this, or?
It was during the governor's phase.
Yeah, okay.
the shift was made.
I still have a objection to a substance abuse fund that is used for treatment being used for law enforcement.
I think that's why I think Division 3 should weigh in on that portion. It's not that the activity or the program is not worthy of funding. It's just I'm not sure this is the correct funding mechanism. So I'd be willing to hear their thoughts in terms of
So could you just make a note of that,
Alternatives.
Mickey, and remind me to talk to Jess and see if he wants to look at that as well?
Yes, and I would say perhaps the department could so 500,000 a year of this appropriation would be earmarked for Northern Shield. The remaining 1.3, just to make sure the committee knows what that would be used for too.
Sure. So this really is to address the needs of the entire state. So what we did was, when we looked at, currently right now we have, and I'll say, separate from Northern Shield, the North Country, we have many different police departments that engage in this. We have a total of 40 partners to address the needs, the emerging needs that we're seeing in the North Country. We carved out, and I think it's an excellent idea, specific funds to support Coos, Grafton, Carroll, and Sullivan counties, and to create a team up there, a new team, Northern Shield, to address that and combat the opioid issues and other dangerous drugs in the North Country. As you know, working up there presents different challenges with how hard it is to get, police officers and resources from the southern part of the state up there. So this was a special carve out for them. And I will tell you that there have been significant seizures up there. There are issues up there. The drugs are there. So I think this is going to be a new model. I think it's going to be better, and I think in the end it'll be highly impactful to addressing the needs in the North Country.
Further questions on that, or at this point? Yep. All right, so scanning ahead. Representative DeRoy, yes, of course.
With President Trump's announcement last night, or back along, where he's going to be putting tariffs on Canada for not stopping the drugs coming over the border, do you think that's going to make a difference for you?
I couldn't comment on, I don't think I can comment on what might happen, but I will comment on today, we have a problem today that needs to be addressed.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a follow-up then. How many Can you quantify the current problem in these, in particular to these counties, that you see coming from Canada? Is there a direct link?
Are you asking me what drugs are flowing from the north down?
Yeah, you just said there was a problem today, so I'm just wondering what
No,
how to quantify it.
I can clear that up. I think it's a good question. I'm not speaking to the source of supply of drugs, but I know that there has been a significant source coming from the south, from states outside. I can't quantify how much of the drugs are coming from Canada down, but they are seeing fentanyl, they're seeing cocaine, they're seeing methamphetamine, they're experiencing overdose deaths, and they're trying their best to work together amongst themselves, create a North Country team. I would say that the majority of the drugs that we're seeing, the fentanyl, are coming from the south, but it's what you don't know. What you also don't know is what might have come over. So I couldn't quantify that. But I would say I think predominantly the drugs have been coming, we're seeing them coming from the south.
So the next one where I see significant general funds is account 5412, the Detective Bureau. And I know that, I can't remember your name, but your wonderful assistant, Amy, the lady in the white, that's Amy. You were very good in providing a lot of information about this when I met you several weeks ago. And a question I have regarding this, you moved 6 state police from highway to general fund. And it made sense to me what you were doing there, or what the governor was doing there. Oh, I don't. Sorry, I can't go the wrong way, the other way. You're right, 384, there you go.
What page, sir?
5412.
What's the page number?
384.
384.
Sorry. It's 384. You're still in the wrong.
Oh, am I in Department of Transportation? Yeah, thank you.
And what was the question, Representative Murphy?
Okay, I hadn't gotten to that, but here it is. Oh, okay. So I understand why the governor moved the 6 positions from a highway fund to the general fund, and so from one detective bureau group to another detective bureau group, correct?
So there were actually 9 transfers.
Okay, but I believe you told me that it was 6 of them were in the detective to detective, and the other 3 were some other.
Yep, so state police wanted to, the transfers were made to better align the detectives, to better align the positions within the troop stations and the detective bureau. So that's what happened there.
So
It was
maybe
a
my question-
decision made by the state police.
Oh, so maybe my question will be moved. So because it looked like the highway fund is very tight on budget. So I thought that was one of the reasons that the adjustment was made, no?
No, it was a decision state police made to
Okay.
to better align the positions with the work they're doing within the troop stations.
Okay, so having more money in the highway fund wouldn't incline you to put them back there and get them out the general fund?
No.
Okay. 'Cause that
There are
was
detectives in the troops as well, so there's patrol troopers, but then they have troop detectives within the troop.
Right, no, I saw detectives in both. I thought, well, maybe I could just shift them back there and get my general funds back. But you're suggesting no. You gotta try, right? So that was my only question. Does anybody else have any other questions there? Because that's where there's a big transfer, an additional 9 people.
That's right, the 6877.
No? Not the questions there? Oh, you're there, okay.
Huh?
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I'll move on. So I guess we're done with this Division of State Police. Did I miss something? Well, that was easy. What is next in terms of the book?
So on page 389 to 404 is Homeland Security and Emergency Management. you'll find in this division is a lot of federal funding as well.
6, 7, 9? No. Oh, wait. Oh, 8, 5, 9. Yeah, Representative
Whatever.
Murray.
You just call me Kate. Can you just explain, and perhaps it's obvious and I missed it, EMPG, Emergency Management
Performance grants.
Performance Grants. Okay.
I can. So the purpose of this, these are federal dollars.
Yeah.
And it is to local communities for emergency management performance. They provide technical assistance and grant funding to local communities. The performance grant program plays an important role in implementation of national preparedness systems by supporting building, sustainment, and delivery of core capabilities essential to achieving national preparedness goal and secure and resilient nation.
So that whole activity is mostly federal funds, other than that one I raised the concern about.
Right.
Okay. So what is the next one in the book? You have a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
My page 414 under, yeah, I can't even find the unit. It's at the bottom of my page, 5006, mechanical safety. Is that a transfer from someplace else?
Yeah,
That's a
OPLC.
transfer.
That's a division, that's an HB2 thing that's the OPLC thing, isn't it?
From OPLC.
So that is the transfer of mechanical and electrical engineers, and that's a transfer of the positions, program, and appropriations.
Whose decision was that? Or what's the reasoning behind that? Moving the people, basically from OPLC over to
So I think
fire safety.
it's really about aligning the work. So I believe this unit used to be with safety. I can't tell you which year that was.
I think 3 bienniums ago.
It's really aligning the work.
They're going back and forth? Okay. Okay. So we're now in the fire safety activity? Is that where we are?
We skipped over desk. Did you have any questions
You say
about
death?
the desk? It's the emergency services for like 911. You had questions when we came last time.
Account number?
Oh, 1395.
Page?
404.
Yeah, I am intrigued with this. Mr. Chair, can I ask a couple questions?
Of course.
So I assume this is from the HB2 draft, like the initial draft. I assume this is related to the section at the end. What is that? 23, section 23 of the Department of Safety.
That's correct.
Great. Yeah, I do have some questions. So it appears that the radio communications, state radio communications, is being enveloped and expanded into the 911 surcharge funding mechanism. Maybe we could talk about the purpose of why that's happening and what past practice has been.
So page 63 of House Bill 2, section 149 is what Representative Hacken Phillips is referring to.
So the notes provided by the division were that they currently support the radio communication, so this just, it would provide the surcharge. Having this built into the statute so that it would be clear that the 911 oversees the radio communication function and allows expenditures that state or federal funds for the state radio system. It would also provide the surcharge funds that would also be used for radio communication maintenance. So it's just clarity of what they currently do.
And maybe you could describe what the current state radio communications include and how that's related to 911 emergencies?
We have, so at a high level, the statewide radio system, I believe, rides on 47 sites, microwave, repeaters, radios, towers, and there's a loop. So that's our state system. There are other agencies that run on that, which is critical for, obviously, public safety. So the Division of Emergency Services and Communications that oversees 911, Director Doyle, 2 PSAPs. So the calls come into 911, and it's important to make sure that after the calls come in that that help is sent to where it's needed. So that rides on the radio system. All of those employees, all of that infrastructure, that entire radio network right now falls within the Division of Emergency Services and Communications. So the tie between that, and we can give you more on this offline, the tie between that system, the critical importance of that as it ties to 911 and life safety with, providing resources and help, I think is something that, I think what they're trying to do is just make sure to show the connection between the two. And, but we've looked at other agencies in other states and how those two are connected. So your question is, well, that's one system, and then the other system is cellular or landline calling 911. But really the radio system falls within DESC. The tower climbers, the network that it runs on, and there are redundant capabilities within there that benefit both. So it's really all under there, Representative, now. It all falls within that division.
Does this allow the 911, the people taking 911 calls to then directly access this other network so they can?
Well, they're forwarding these calls, they're routing these calls, but then the calls need to go to, the dispatch centers, the fire, wherever, and then.
Right. So is this helping, are you tying the networks together so the 911 people can directly communicate with the police or other emergency services?
I think you can say that, but to be technical of how it's done, I would like to provide that to you.
Okay.
As opposed to just saying yes. I think we can provide the information that you're looking for. There are 2 separate systems, but it's somewhat complicated. But I believe that they, without both working together, the system doesn't work.
But when you say work together.
Well, I say working, functioning. But you need a radio network, you need a radio system so that you can send the first responders and they can communicate.
Right, but you also need to have the 911 people have access to that system, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, and that's what you'll confirm for
Well,
us?
yes, but they don't have access to a radio system. They're not dispatching from 911. They're forwarding calls back to her question.
Yeah, oh, sure. Representative DeRoy?
So I know one of the problems that we're having in Stratford County, Upper Stratford County, is that we don't have cell phone coverage. We don't have towers. And our police are having a hard time when they're going over to Middleton and other places. Are you finding that throughout New Hampshire, especially up north, that it's difficult to communicate?
Yeah, so again, we have, there are separate systems throughout the state. There's county systems. It's our state system, which we just talk about. We call it, what used to be BTOP, NICNEC. So it's our system. We have cores in that system, our radio system, that allows the counties to communicate, to tie into that. So it expands interoperability. So when you use the word interoperability, that means different things to different people, but our network does expand, and we want to make sure that some are self-reliant, but it's tying them all together. So, but it's different issues. It's the coverage is one thing, but I can't speak to the Stratford County. I think they have a very good dispatch center, Stratford County. So, they would dispatch for, you know, I couldn't tell you who dispatches for Dover, who dispatches for, you know, I know that they're separate though.
I have a follow-up.
Yeah, of course.
So maybe you could describe what state radio communication systems are, who uses it, and is there a chance that state radio communication systems do not include 911 emergency requirements?
Do not include, do you mean you do not include in what respect? Funding or policy, or when you say do not include, if you could
Well,
just,
so you're currently, it appears that the governor's proposal in HB2 is to pay for state radio communication systems by 911 emergency funds. And my question is,
I missed all that.
who's using the state radio communication system? And does that communications radio system have requirements that do not include 911 emergencies?
sure, and what are these employees doing that will be funded out of those 911 funds? And how do they serve not only the radio network, but 911 in and of itself? Because that's what you're looking at. It's the
Yeah.
employees, it's the radio technicians, the tower climbers, the equipment. It's pretty much everything. It's the entire, we can provide that.
I would love more information about this. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Representative Murray?
Yeah, I guess, you know, to that point, it would be clear to me, since these are two different systems, if you can identify the different revenue streams that go into this, so. As part of that.
I think we can do that now. I think it's the surcharge, the 911 surcharge. So it's a 911 fund.
And so there's no funding at all for the state radio communication systems other than that.
Melanie? I think they're all on that.
We've been using the E911 funds for this for years. There's no change. It's just cleanup
For how long did you say?
for years.
For years?
Yes.
Thank you. 4 years. I assume that means many, or at least more than 2.
We'll provide that at Representative Hakens.
Okay, so now we're up to the fire safety activity. Should I forget what page that was on? 414 maybe? Or 6? Or 14, 5006. And then maybe before that. 413. Fire safety is the first one.
Fire standards training and EMS starts on page 408 with accounting unit 4065.
Oh, okay. That's that one. 4065.
So both fire standards training, EMS, and the fire marshal's office is primarily funded through fees collected by providing copies of motor vehicle records and certificates as authorized under RSA 260 subsection 14. And these records are typically requested by insurance companies and other authorized entities. And if you recall, the last time we were here, we talked about the request that of $4 million to be put into the fire fund, the dedicated fund to support activity of the fire marshal's office. This fund is not healthy to support both fire standards, training and EMS, and the fire marshal's office. So that $4 million has been included into this budget.
You'll see that on page
Revolving funds?
418. Page 418 and accounting unit 6631. So you'll see that.
does it show up in revolving funds? Is that where
The fire fund appropriations appear as revolving funds. That general fund 4 million is a general fund appropriation. There is a House Bill 2 section that says any amount of that $4 million that is not expended in 26 won't lapse back to the general fund. It'll actually lapse to the fire fund. So all $4 million will eventually be benefit of the fire fund. Right?
so I understood all that from our previous conversations, but where do I see the 4 million in the
On-
465 account?
It's not, it's in 6631.
Oh. Okay. Why do I have comments here?
It is.
Does 4065 also drop in that fund? I have notes that tie these two together.
Correct. They both pull off of the dedicated fund, the fire fund.
Okay, so the dedicated fund is referred to as a revolving fund? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so 003 is that fund, at least as far as this account is concerned.
Correct.
Okay, I got my notes right. So where are you all, 6631?
Yep.
That's the other half of it. Okay, that's the other half, I got that.
I have a small question about the mechanical safety unit 5006. So I noticed there were a lot of zeros in 2024 and adjusted 2025. It's like page 414, 415, or 14 and 415, excuse me. I guess could we have a little background about why it wasn't funded before and why it is now?
This is the one that's
Oh,
transferred.
that's the OPLC. Okay, okay.
So the
Thank you.
24, 25 are accounted for in
Okay.
OPLC's budget.
Thank you.
So I'm lost as to how far you guys got. But where are y'all? Because you're bouncing back and forth. It's a bit chaotic. Yeah, go ahead.
Where are we officially right now in reviewing this? Just to try to bring everybody on the same page, because I'm pretty sure we are in slightly different places everywhere across the table.
Last question asked had to do with the page, it was page 415 on 5006.
Right, but previous questions were further down below, so I'm just trying to figure out where we are sequentially, more or less here. I'm good. Just wanted to anchor myself a little, that's all.
I guess my question is, what's the next activity? in your-
I'm on 427, it's my next number. Legal unit.
7546. That's federal funds.
That's highway.
You're right. That doesn't publish.
Well, we are going down the page on page 418, Unit 6631, the Fire Safety Administration we talked about earlier at some point. Just a quick question on the bouncy nature of the 050 line. So page 418, account 6631, line 050, the personal service temporary appointment. Again, low number in 24, quite high in 25, returning to the middle. And while we talk about that, I'm sure the benefits are partly related to that, so we could maybe talk about them both at the same time. Just trying to understand what's going on. 66, yes, account 6631, line is 50 and
Okay, up to the 900.
60. Yeah. And
I'll
I'm,
have to get back with you.
no worry. I mean, my best guess right now would be that maybe you use less in the first year and then you carry the budgeted and then you budget in the middle. But just to be sure, I don't like assuming. I would rather be sure, you know. So follow up is amazing. Yeah. Yeah, basically it's, you know, boom, boom. And again, it could be that you're really at 6 something on average and you didn't burn it here and you are stashing it here because it's a 2-year budget and all that. So that's what it looks like, but I want to be sure. If I was a
So you have a
betting
question
man,
about 7546?
you know, that's what I would bet.
426?
Right, because the
So I thought you
positions
said,
don't
yeah.
change, so.
Do you have a question on legal? Is that what your question
That's
about?
temporary, so it may
Go
not
for
be
it.
in the positions, you know.
Yeah, scooting ahead and hopefully won't go back again, but I didn't have anything until the legal unit, starting on, it's 9002 on 427. There's the increase in personnel. It looks like you hired 3 new people. Can you talk to the 3 new people you've hired, or is this a transfer as well?
Certainly. We moved 3 positions from state police. So one was a paralegal. Let me see. One was a paralegal from the Detective Bureau. One was a paralegal moved from the Traffic Bureau. And one was moved from State Police Communications.
This was done to address 91A request. So these additional employees were needed to get placed in the legal unit to address the demand and increase in 91As.
But it's not actually an increase overall, and it's just reassigning them to different, or different agency, different function.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
If I may.
Yeah.
Sorry to bounce. Page 419, unit, the expenditure total for fire safety. I was looking at the source of funds. So for 801020, you know, the fire safety, page 419. It's in the current budget, it's more other funds and very little from the general fund, and then it flips over. I was wondering if that's just a, you know, budgeting device for now, and you expect that general fund number to drop, or is it a ongoing change in the way that unit is funded? So again, on page 419, the source of funds for the general fund in 2024, 2025, it's almost all from the other funds, and then it becomes mostly from the general fund in 26, going back to mostly other funds in 27.
This is related to the House Bill 2 language where we're appropriating $4 million general funds into this fire fund.
Okay, sorry. So I just missed it when it was covered earlier. Thank you for pointing that out. I really appreciate it. That's okay. You know, it's a long day. Thank you.
All the commissioners next. Are we into the Division of Administration? Okay. Okay, so I'm in the right place. Not big changes here, huh? No. Added a person. Is the new person in, what is that account? 2190, transfer or new hire or new position?
It is a transfer.
Do you know what from which account?
I have this one coming from, it's a state police transfer.
Go ahead. Yes.
Oh, it sounds like everyone's transferring out of state police. It seems all the transfers you've spoken to, they're all from state police. Is there a reason for that?
Well, I mean, quite honestly, when we had to address the 91As, I think we looked across the whole department to see where we could come up with some positions. The majority of the 91A requests come in, deal with state police. Nobody wants to give positions up, so we have to really do the best we can and look and see, where we can pull them from. So
The position here that's transferring into administration is actually really aligned. We're trying to align more of the financial work, the contracting work, the procurement work. And so this position within state police does a lot of that work, and we're pulling it into administration. We're doing that throughout the department, trying to gain efficiencies in that way.
good question, though.
State police, I'd be worried.
The rest of that one doesn't seem to have too much variation.
No, there's so much. While you're looking, can I ask an unrelated question?
Oh, go. Yes, sorry.
We're all getting swamped with emails around vehicle registration and the inspections, safety inspections for that. There's the bill to eliminate the safety inspections. Some of the emails that I get, and I mean, I'm sure we've all just gotten so many of them. One of the issues which I would be sensitive to, I support having the inspections, frankly. I like to know that the cars on the road are, in working condition, especially having had a car hit me that was not. But one of the concerns is scamming people around vehicle inspections. And I've never even seen that. It's not an expensive thing for me to do. It takes half an hour to an hour. Who's in charge of enforcing or looking into when someone feels they've been scammed around a state inspection for their car?
So that's a good question. I'll try and answer it. So the inspection process in and of itself is supported by rules, like what is an inspection. So we at the Department of Safety, we license the dealers, we license the mechanics, we license those that are approved to do an inspection. If somebody does not do the required inspection and puts an inspection sticker on a vehicle, and our automotive equipment inspectors who work out of the DMV with Troop G, which is the commercial troopers, a complaint can be filed, an investigation's done, and it could result in a hearing, and then eventually it would come to my office where the person could be, face some action, be it suspended, have their license taken away. I think your question about if they went in, I would direct you to the Attorney General's office with the Consumer Bureau. In other words, I don't, but you could also steer that as well I would say to the inspectors, because it could come down to not only are the inflated costs, but the inspection itself wasn't done accurately. So I think you have two venues there to look at. You could look at the enforcement side and then the Attorney General's office on the consumer issue.
Yeah, I have some sensitivity towards the person who's been scammed, as it were, that their car is perfectly fine for passing inspection and it doesn't because of this, because of that, because of this. And so they end up, instead of paying $49, they pay $400. And for a lot of those people, they don't necessarily have the resources in order to address the fact that they've been taken advantage of in that way. So my concern is more with that person who's been overcharged for unnecessary work.
The ones we do aren't usually more work done, it's less work. Like it has an inspection sticker, but it didn't pass the emissions test, or there were issues with brakes, or, you know, surface rust, whatnot. But there's a pretty robust team, so I would forward them. I can provide you the numbers. We can provide the numbers to Mickey, like who they would call.
So we're toward, are we at DMV?
Yep. I'm at 442. 2926.
In DMV, account, what is that, 2311? The agency income, is that obviously a dedicated fund of some type?
I'm sorry, which accounting unit? 3100?
2311?
Page 438. Page 438.
It's cost of collections. Cost of collections.
Oh, that's what, which is, you told me what that is.
So just a reminder to everybody, the cost of collections highway fund, when we hear about that term here, per the Constitution and by state law and by state budget, the Department of Safety's Road Toll Bureau, some agency indirect, and then basically all of DMV is funded by the revenue it collects. So it deducts its cost of collecting and administering highway funds, then turns over the net to the highway fund as unrestricted revenue. So when you see agency income here in 2311, that's essentially highway funds as far as hitting the net bottom line of the highway fund.
And just to make sure I understood it correctly, it's essentially highway funds, but it's highway funds that never actually get given that they were collected as highway funds and retained as the cost of doing business by the agency before the rest of the proceedings are put in the highway funds.
So if you have your surplus statements with you that we talked about this morning and passed out before, sorry, Melanie, I'm gonna sneak under your. So if you have that handy, you'll see that revenue projections are done on a gross basis. So House Ways and Means does a gross revenue estimate for road toll motor vehicle fees. And then you'll see the line 8 on this document, which is the Department of Safety's cost of collections, backs out of that. And then the net of that is what goes as unrestricted highway fund revenue.
Basically, they just retain and, yeah.
So in total, just looking at this document in fiscal 26, about $38 million of cost of collections appropriations are in this document that you're going page by page through.
How are we doing number of pages versus time?
Say that again?
Can you tell where we are, number of pages versus time?
You're on much better pace than you were this morning.
Good job, team.
For the record, we are 100 pages in 1 hour and a half or less, and we are 30 pages away from the end. So you need to slow down and ask many questions.
So step up.
You really want to encourage me?
If need be. If you feel need. Okay. So motor vehicle registration is the same idea. So this is great. So this would be the department where there's a lot of things that people pay for. Okay, good. So that's what you'll be telling me about. Awesome. And along with that, you might make some, if you are comfortable, making some recommendations as to where maybe fees should be increased.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
This is what you get for encouraging me. General comment, not a question per se. I do appreciate that in many ways the department is self-funded because they collect funds and they retain what they need to operate and they send the rest to the highway fund, right? That's obviously, I know that you are working hard to still cut costs because every dollar that you guys don't need to retain is a dollar that goes to the highway fund, which is in a not great shape financially overall. So I just wanted to emphasize for you guys, because I know you are already doing it, but the importance of continuing to look for a way to cut costs, even though you do have the funds to operate, because every dollar you guys use to collect those funds is a dollar that later we don't have it to spend. So, you know, being a revenue generator is great, but we could always generate more revenue if we spend even less to do the same job, as long as that's possible. And I know that you are squeezing that penny really hard, so I'm not worried, but, you know, since we seem to have 30 seconds to spare. Thank you, I'm done.
Well, you know, just to follow up, when you bring that up, I think it's a good point. When you use the term operate, just at a high level with the DMV, so you've just, you know, Mickey gave you the overview on cost of collections, but when I look at what Director Marasco and his leadership team are in charge of over there, with the Licensing Bureau, the Registration Bureau, the Titling Bureau, pushing out these passenger license exams and commercial motor vehicles exams. And the customer service is critical, ensuring that not only can they do it, they can meet the needs of the customers, but they can do it, you know, securely and safely. So we always look at what we try and do is balance the customer service and ensuring that. And when we look at the DMV, things are increasing. You know, the demand for services are increasing. So there's a great deal of emphasis put on customer service and how quickly we can turn these titles around, how quickly people can get their cars registered, get their licenses done. New drivers take their test, their skills test, their road test. And so it's a balance there, but we've tried to do everything we can to ensure that that level of service will be what your constituents, you know, have been used to.
Absolutely. And when I mean operating at the level expected by our constituents and by the people who pay all those fees and taxes, who have a right to expect good service. So absolutely, no.
So speaking of constituent service, this reminded me of something I think I brought to you before, where one of my constituents went through the small claims court and got to the point where the judge issued a bench warrant, and it came back to the constituent, oh, you got to get the guy's birth date. Do you recall this conversation?
I do, and I had a follow-up with the courts immediately after this.
So I also have followed up with the Supreme Court, and I've not yet, the DMV provided a form to them eventually, which this person has filled out and sent back, but we've heard nothing back since then. So is she going to get that birth date?
Again, I made a phone call contemporaneous to this meeting, and I'll follow up again.
Okay, because the DMV eventually provided the court with their form that would request the birth date, and that was returned. And
Maybe offline, sir, we can work on this, and I can look at the particular case and
okay,
see where it's at.
thank you. Yeah, yes, of course, Representative Murray.
Well, you know, we're picking your brains on some of these things, and you have impact on the highway fund, and the highway fund certainly impacts you. What is your views on equitably managing electric cars in terms of their road usage? We're all looking for good ideas here about.
So, I mean, are you looking for what the fee
Yeah,
should
what would
be as
you-
it
you know,
impacts the highway fund?
Electric vehicles are not paying the gas tax going to, you know, usage of the road, but my car uses the road. And I know that there's some sort of a surtax or
There is now.
surcharge now. Is that sufficient? Is that equitable? Is that, you know, is that the right direction in which to go? I guess I'm looking for opinions on how you manage electric vehicle usage on the road, because they don't use gas, but they sure use the roads.
I know Assistant Commissioner Lavoy has looked into this a little, and I'll provide some follow-up from him so that we can give you better information. It's a good question. But they have been looking at this, but I'm not prepared to give a number now.
So we up to commercial enforcement, Division of State Police. Count 2305, which is page 4489. thereabouts. Just want to make sure I'm synced up with everybody else. So you dropped a couple of positions in 2305? I guess that's page 448.
We unfunded 15 positions here to meet the targets.
15. So in addition to,
This is page 448, and it's accounting unit 2305.
so your permanent classified shows 52 down to 50, but then you unfunded a bunch of those, is that what you're saying, on top of that?
15.
So you reduced you eliminated 2 positions completely, and then you unfunded 15?
That's a good question. No, but it's traffic bureau. Did you?
What did we unfund?
Are these the transfers or are they really unfunded?
She's getting it, if you can give her 1 minute.
No, that's fine. Which accounting is it the same one I'm looking at? 2305? You're 29.
Here, there's the one down.
This is the one I was looking at.
Yeah.
So the count,
So it looks like they reduced, two are gone.
Unless they're part of the transfers.
they are
Or-
part of the transfers.
They're transfers?
Yeah,
So 2 were transfers and 15 were unfunded?
correct.
Okay, so it didn't reduce 2, transferred 2. And what's the vacancy in that department? Out of the 50 or 52?
I can give you that. That's Troop G. So, actually enforcement spreads across different troops, so we can provide that.
Okay. That's probably in your big chart you gave me too. I just thought you might have it off the top of your head, but
I will say this, but that's a good question. So that wasn't actually a very good answer. I think the colonel, when he has done these transfers, I think it's important to understand that as we're moving positions, as we're unfunded positions, looking forward with what we have funded, he understands the needs of the Division of State Police in troops A through G, what we need in the specialized units, detectives, which is 5412, major crime unit, crime scene. So he balances this out. It seems complicated with all the different position numbers, funding, funding sources for how they fund the troopers. But the colonel does a good job with looking at how do I run the Division of State Police and where do I need troopers? So it's actually, but that's really his responsibility. So while you hear a number so high in one, when you look at the 7 troops, which is operations, across the state, it's his job to balance it out. And I know he has.
decrease. State Police Communications. Is this related to what we were talking about earlier? 29, 27? The whole conversation about communications, radio?
I believe these are dispatchers.
Okay, so not related to the.
Separate.
Okay, separate, okay. All right. So there's a decrease there. Only one person, but about half the general funds, which I love. But I'm wondering what's happening there.
I don't want to get ahead of Director Newbury, so. What page are you on? 450?
Yeah, I'm actually not on the page. I'll get to it.
You're taking more out of highway and turnpike.
Oh, that's good though. That's what they really did.
Except that the highway fund will be short of ability to put money.
So take it out of general. but they're-
Yeah, this is coming out of highway.
So that's good.
Looks like Turnpike wasn't on there.
Yeah, Turnpike got a big boost, right? Good, 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 good. So
The reduction in personnel here is one position moved to legal.
the transfer. But okay, great, thank you. As a general question, Representative Murray was just pointing out that the funding, while appearing flat in total, is shifting from general over to Turnpike and highway, which is fantastic. How is that able to happen here? We can't make it happen everywhere. Sure, I think she's looking it up, but you can certainly have.
While you are looking it up, I'm slightly less enthusiastic about the use of highway funds because we will at some point have to put general funds money to the highway fund. So if we take it from one end and put it back into another, we are not really.
Increase fees, baby. I'm gonna throw
Well,
that highway fund back
okay.
up.
Until that funding is fixed, yes, fine, yes. But obviously, higher use of turnpike funds is nice again because it does relieve a burden on the general fund. And I'll let you finish looking up the answer to the original question. But look, if we can plug that, great. But until we plug it, I ain't celebrating.
That's fine.
So we were provided a target for turnpike funds as well, but this is just a shift in fund mix. So we have the same fund mix across different accounting units for flexibility to move appropriation if needed for the next biennium. So we didn't add more turnpike,
Right, which is great. So my question sort of is, we must have the same flexibility. If you have it, we have it.
True.
Right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
You can change the fund.
So what do we need to know in terms of which accounts have that flexibility? I assume it's not just any account has.
Correct. They need to be geared towards supporting tasks towards the turnpike funds. So we can provide that accounting units that are restricted specifically from a source of fund.
Okay. Okay. To Mickey, yes. Yeah. Right. Go ahead, Mickey, if you have a comment.
We've got in the budget here the accounts that have used turnpike funds in the past.
Okay.
We don't have a defined limit necessarily, but the Department of Transportation would probably ask you to exercise some caution with just using a ton of turnpike funds for other purposes beyond what we're already doing for state police enforcement and of those roads.
I get it, and
Yeah.
I'd like to exercise as much caution as I can, but I still need to balance the budget.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to open up as many doors as possible. I'm not trying to jump through all of them.
Yep.
So, go ahead.
And just to add a bit more color, obviously the turnpike funds, for example, have to be managed carefully because we have to keep them at a certain level. We got to make sure they match the revenues and so on. But at the end of the day, this is a tough budget, which is hopefully a one-time tough budget because we are hoping the economy will turn around. So if there are funds where we have a bit of flexibility in terms of treating them, for the lack of a better word, as a emergency fund or whatever, reserve fund or whatnot, this may be the year when we may be a bit more willing to look into those possibilities with a hope of reducing our draw from them in the next budget so we don't continue to drain them at a unusually fast rate. So I'm not saying that I have any targets in mind or anything. It's just a general statement that this is a tough year and we are trying to get through it without cutting things that would be very painful to cut and then would cost more to restore later and so on and so forth. So this is where we are coming from. And I thought that, again, just understanding a bit more of the mindset may help you guys.
And then 4003, the traffic bureau. So that's where you move the state police from highway fund to general fund, and you did that not because of the funding, but because to better align them with their with the kinds of people they work with or something.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. It's another big enforcement. Look at that. Another big one, enforcement, but it's relatively flat. Moving down a little, which is good. Eyes are crossing. This is not good. Go ahead, Representative Murray.
Are the horses Hampton Police, or is that, do you have anything with the horses? I'm just looking at the Hampton Beach detail. Their horses are their police horses, aren't they?
Their mounted unit is Hampton.
Yeah.
We have a detail that supports Hampton.
State Police Forensic Lab. Where is that? No, it's going forward. What I'm looking for, 5638 forensic, not enforcement. 5638. Here we go. State Police Forensic. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. On page 455, account 4012, law enforcement debt service. Those look like leases, right? It's not, is it capital loans? What, I mean, it's not a big amount, but I'm just trying to understand. Usually if we see loans that are long-term, we see larger amounts than that. So I'm trying to figure out if there's just leases that may be accounted as debt service, or it's a smaller loans, or it's not any meaningful variation. Obviously, the payment schedules are the payment schedules, but while everybody else is looking for better questions.
Are the rest of you all up to special expenses? Page,
We'll have to get back with you with the detail.
No stress. It, honestly, if there is stuff that needs to be on the cutting room floor, this could be one of them. If it's easy to find, great. If not, no, don't
if you're
worry.
not, don't jump ahead. I just want to make sure I'm synced up, because I have to jump around with activities. 46, page 460. You must have. You don't have to flip ahead. I just wondered if you're up to that point. Don't rush. My activities are in a different order than your activities.
I would say, I'm happy to see you did not need to use a whole lot in the way of ammunition with it.
Plus it's expensive. I should know. I have enough.
Thanks for sharing. Generically speaking, what is state overhead charges? 4004. It's up on page 460 when you get there. But don't rush ahead.
And everybody's rushing. Wanna bet it. Oh.
This accounting unit is to pay administrative services for the SWICAP, which is a statewide cost allocation plan.
So just say it again a little louder.
This is up to pay administrative services for the statewide cost allocation plan, the SWICAP.
Thank you.
The DAS.
And just a reminder, 004, that's the, well, interagencies, that's not the cost of collections, that's something else? Under funding,
Each division has a class 29, which is an interagency payment, and that reimburses this account. So this is just where the source of funding is coming from. and then we take this appropriation and pay administrative services.
Okay, thank you. Not through special expenses. More special expenses. Oh, look at that, I'm towards the end, aren't I? Oh, I guess I can go to sleep now.
You sleep?
Yeah, not much. I don't know, 8014. Yeah, past that one. Oh, here it is. Okay. So is there anything that we've missed that you all would suggest we take account of?
I was gonna say, anything we miss, they want us to see.
Well, yeah, we don't need to qualify it. And then should we go through HB2 next? Is everybody up to that point, or? Yeah.
Every page. Every page.
Are you, no, that's fine. You go ahead and deal with it. What I meant was HB2. You okay? Okay going to HB2? Yeah. Okay. Everybody else okay with HB2?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Should have made her go to every page to be sure.
And do you have the table of contents? You can just take us through them? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Is that, that's fine. Is that on a piece of paper or? Okay. Just oral, we're going to do this. We're just going to do it orally. No, it's fine, just so I understand what we're doing.
We do have one additional ask for House Bill 2, and that is the Northern Border Alliance to align with the executive summary from the the governor's executive summary. And we'll provide you, Mickey, the language to share. But we are asking for $600,000 for fiscal year ending in 2026 for the Northern Border Alliance.
So there's already $500,000 each year in this, is that correct?
So that's Northern Shield. I'll let the
Shield.
department speak to the difference in the
okay.
programs.
Correct. The Northern Shield is designated for 4 counties where this is separate.
Separate works, but can you do be a little more explicit?
Well, as we discussed, Northern Shield is the 4 counties.
Got it.
That's the $1 million over the biennium.
Yep.
The Northern Border Alliance is for those departments that are participating in the Northern Border Alliance. So
Oh, okay.
this appropriation is to get us through the biennium. So
And you had mentioned that earlier, had you not, or did I? You
we
hadn't?
didn't speak to the Northern Border.
Okay.
The question was really focused on
So Northern Shield is for,
drugs,
say again?
drug enforcement,
Specifically for drugs
drug enforcement.
and state police,
Nope. And
Nope.
that's for the counties.
counties.
So that's to build a team. So when we put out Granite Shield, so that's funding to locals, funding to.
Locals, okay.
Sheriff's departments to do drug enforcement.
You just said Granite Shield. Are Granite Shield and Northern Shield different things?
They're
or
the same.
They're the same,
It's-
okay,
It's
fine.
a shield, so. this
Shield's a
is-
critical word, okay.
So, right, this is a new initiative though.
Okay. So
and-
talk about the other one though, the,
So the Northern Border Alliance.
Yeah.
That's immigration. Is the immigration enforcement.
It's all criminal enforcement. 25 air miles. 25 air miles south of the border. Our border's 58 miles long. So for this budget, we've appropriated $600,000 to keep it going.
so is this police?
This is for the New Hampshire State Police, Fish and Game, the offices that are in DNCR, Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, the Coos County Sheriff's Department,
Okay.
the Colebrook Police Department, the Gorham Police Department, Northumberland Police Department, and Pittsburgh.
Okay.
So there's 9 NBA Northern Border Alliance participants,
And all will run through your budget,
this budget.
this budget,
This budget.
which is in your domain, right?
which is-
Yeah, okay.
So it's less than it was in the last biennium. The last biennium had equipment dollars in there, but we factored in what we have continued, what hasn't lapsed, and this is what we put forward to understanding, what's the capacity of the program to keep it going, so.
And the governor, I'm assuming, left it out. Or I mean, you need it in there because it's not there, correct?
I can't,
Well, I'm just trying to understand, did the governor, was this,
This was previously funded through House Bill 2.
got it?
And now it's being put in our operating budget, but funded, it's reduced in the biennium because of the funding that we have remaining that will still be able to support this initiative moving forward.
I'm just trying to understand this HB2. So did the governor already have some funding in the budget?
Yes.
In HB1?
well, I can't speak to that. There are funds remaining, which I'd let Melanie speak to from the last.
Right. The remaining funds were appropriated from House Bill 2 last biennium, and it's non-lapsing. So we do have a current budget for it. This is just adding the extra 600,000.
Okay, so let me try to ask my question
sorry.
again. So did the department present this request you're presenting to us today to the governor during the governor's phase, and it just didn't get put in, or just never even presented to the governor during the governor's phase?
Correct. It was presented. I think it may have just been an oversight to add it on.
Okay. But as far as you know, it was put forth at least, whether it was intentional or
Oh,
not.
yeah, absolutely, and I know the governor supports this.
I'm not questioning that.
So yeah, but I think, but back to being, fiscally responsible, we looked really closely with Melanie's team. What are the existing funds? What's the capacity for these 9 agencies? How much can we work? How many dollars are we going to need over the next 24 months to keep these details going? So that's why we came up with the 600,000.
I mean, you have seen our Ways and Means projections, right? No, I'm serious.
Right.
Have you seen our Ways and Means projections here in the House?
I know that there's a shortage.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. Kind of an understatement, but yes, you're right. Okay.
No, I'm aware.
Okay.
What,
Absolutely, Representative Roy.
Because you have a shortage in manpower, are you going to be using some drones to help you up in the North Country to be able to cover that vast acreage that you have to?
Sure. So I don't want to speak to anything that's, law enforcement sensitive or what, but I mean, unmanned aerial systems, there's no secret that people use drones. But I think the most important thing to know is it was a lot of work to get this up and running, to get all these troopers trained, to get the locals trained and be able to go out and work with CBP, Customs and Border Protection, work and have a partnership. The other thing is we talk about shortages. So a fair question is, how are you going to do this? Well, they will be working on overtime. And what we do, this is run out of Troop F, our northernmost barracks. So the troop commander up there coordinates it, and he works with these other departments to fill details, like when can we work? And I will share this with you. In speaking to them, they have said it's never been better. We actually are seeing people up here now. Where there were none, we have none. So they're working more details. I mean, it's one thing to have a program, but if nobody's going to work. So they are working, they're going to work. So that's really on the border. And, our details of this, those are all public records, like what have we done? How many details did they work? How much did they expend? How many vehicles did they stop? What type of arrest? The Granite Shield, and now the Northern Shield, is focused more on the investigations, the drug traffickers, who's selling drugs, catching the drugs before they hit the communities. And I think it is a very good idea to get that North Country to pull together and partner, to work together, really leverage each other to help them, because it's a long way away from Concord. And to do an investigation, the travel time driving up there, but they've done some great work, and I think that this will really build, I think they'll build a very strong team up there. And so $600,000.
Representative Murray?
is that, I wasn't clear, 600,000 for the biennium or each year? And how much is left in the fund?
Yeah.
So it'd be 600 in the first year of the fiscal, but it would carry in for, so 600 for the biennium to answer your question. And then let's see if I can get you the balance. There is currently a balance of 316,000.
Yeah, go ahead.
And what did it start with? Was it the sill? What was the original? I'm trying to get a sense of how much you spent over that.
1.435.
If I may, it's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
24, 25.
Biennium.
The exact date that we, again, when this started, we had to do the training, so it took a while to get the training. So we can provide when the operation began.
So just a quick question. Since you have about 300, I'm assuming that 300 that you have plus about 600 you're asking for are the 900 something that you expect to need to run through the next 2 years. So basically burn rate is about 450 a year, more or less. Just trying to understand where you're coming from. Thank you.
So we're ready to go through HB2? Yes.
We don't need to go back over the House Bill 2 sections we already discussed to this point. So I would say the next one would be section 147 on page 63. And there's section 147 and 148, two different sections that the department can speak to. 63.
So the first House Bill 2 change is to add for division of DMV, and it's just for the Department of Safety to address fictitious driver's license for undercover operations. So that's why we needed to add that extra.
Which number was that? What section?
It's on line 8 of page 63.
Oh, 53. I think you said 63.
Oh, it is page 63.
63, line 8.
Yep.
So in order to have someone go undercover with a driver's license, you need the special permission in order for that. I should think police would already have had that permission to do that.
That was our guidance from the AG's office. It
Okay.
would be better to codify it in statute.
Huh.
You know where we are?
Right here, he's talking about the fake driver's licenses. This bans any fake, except now it adds the language about the less specifically authorized. So we get undercover work.
So I can't get my fake licenses anymore?
You're a spy.
So that authorization you said is for undercover work. Is that the full extent of any scenario in which that authorization would be provided? The authorization for a, basically fictitious facsimile or simulated license and so on and so forth. Is there any set of scenarios other than undercover work that authorization may ever be used?
No, and again, the Director of Motor Vehicles would ensure that there's proper documentation from the hiring authority, whether it's the chief or to document who the person is, that they would be working in that capacity. And when the capacity is over, that those documents would be returned.
Just asking because the law is rather broad as suggested. It would allow any reason you authorize it could be used. And I'm not planning to change the language. I just wanted to understand your internal guardrails in terms of when that newly available legal authority would be used.
I think it's obviously for a sworn state or federal or county officer.
Oh, I
So
got
that'd
you.
be
It's
sworn
just honestly obvious, and what's in the law can be different things. I learned a long time ago not to look at the obvious reading of the law. I hear you. Okay, I got it. I'm good. I got the assurances from you on how it would be used. That's what I needed to hear at this time. I'm good.
I appreciate the question. It's good advice.
The second, on section 148 on the same page, line 12, we add, or their authorized agents, and this is to allow driver records to be shared with the federal entity or whoever they've authorized.
I don't know how broad that can go.
That seems like a policy thing, right? I know our state has a high value on privacy, so is this something we should try to consider booting to a policy committee? Since there's no appropriation here, is that correct? So, another one of those things that's not really a finance issue
Could you make a note?
on its
Maybe-
face.
I believe Chairman Weiler is
That's what I
already
was
working with
wondering.
Mike Kane to go through these to identify policy committees that we could ask for their input.
Perfect.
And can we add in there, who's determining who's authorized? Where is this request coming from? And
We'll provide more on that.
Okay.
Obviously, these requests have come into the DMV. This is something that they've experienced, but, fair question with driver privacy. We'll provide more on that. What's the detail?
Hank,
Thank you for the
The remaining sections would be sections 150, 151, and 152, starting at the very bottom of page 63. So you see the title there for section 150 and then on to the next page.
And we owe you the follow-up, Representative Haken, on that.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
May I understand the driving reasons behind the whole Group 2 retirement thing
Yes.
on the hazmat incident response coordinator?
Yes, so this kind of plays into another one that is next on policy and planning. We have looked at filling positions in the past, and I know that this position in and of itself is required by statute. If you look at the statute of the Fire Marshal's Office, that position's been vacant for, I know it was at least 2 years and possibly more that it was vacant. And in my regular meetings with the Fire Marshal, are we having any luck? Do we have any applicants? I know we found one person that stayed for a very short time, maybe a week or two, but what it comes down to is we can't retain somebody that has that experience from New Hampshire that would also want to collect their pension or be in Group 2. So that's what we need. During full-time service as a hazardous material incident response coordinator, the hazardous material incident response coordinator shall be eligible to be a Group 2 member. So if you're currently in the fire service today in New Hampshire and you want to move into this position, you can't unless we fix it or address it. So we're losing a lot of applicants because of,
you can't because this isn't Group 2.
correct.
Because you basically lose your connection to Group 2.
Well, it isn't. It's.
No, but you're already in Group 2,
Yes,
right?
you lose the, the. Status.
Yeah.
Correct. And nobody, I say nobody, but generally not many opt to go from Group 2 to Group 1.
Yeah.
Just asking because obviously Group 2 tends to be significantly more expensive. And, but it makes sense what you're saying. And I guess I should be grateful that nobody's requesting for the position to just be made Group 2 altogether regardless. So I'll take my small, my silver linings here. So
Yeah, well, and I know, and if you really look at it, it's such an important position, the hazardous materials response coordinator for the entire state.
And I'm not familiar at all with the job requirements for this, but I would assume that they tend to be quite closely aligned to experience that one can only acquire in New Hampshire through a Group 2 position.
Sure, and there's a lot of great firefighters. There's hazmat teams spread across the state right now, but this position is more in the fire marshal's office to, offer support and really coordination, and it is an important position.
But is it a very specific firefighter type skills, or is it an administrative position?
No, it's-
That's what I'm trying to understand.
No, it's skills and dealing with these hazardous materials, recognizing them, understanding it. What's the incident command, whether it's a tanker that spills over or certain chemicals or, so it's really,
Thank you. I got it.
and I'll tell you what, we will provide what's, in the job description for that. I think it's a good question, so we'll provide some follow-up on that.
As an editorial comment, Mr. Chair, it seems like there's several positions at the Department of Safety, and I'm willing to guess across our agencies that our ability to fill positions at some of the mid-level or higher ranks of the departments, the compensation plan is not currently matching, the kind of incentives that we need people to move up the system. It sounds like this is a larger problem than just one or two positions that we're hearing about today. And gosh, that's alarming if we're having this in more than one discussion. So I wonder, maybe these are little fixes that we can help, independently for some current needs that the agencies are bringing to us, but this sounds like a big project in the future.
Good, we'll put you in charge.
No, thank you.
And then cut everything.
Is that, are we done with that one or other?
All that we could ask for now, and we'll get more back.
So the next one, well, I'll let you speak to before I ask a question.
For section 151, we are looking to remove, so when we made this submission, we inadvertently requested it as an add and not a removal. So lines 19 through 23 should be repealed or removed.
Oh,
The
19.
last two sentence on, so I'm on page 64.
So starting from the use of properly licensed,
Correct.
all the way to the end?
It's in twice.
It is. So both sentences should be removed. It was inadvertently submitted as an addition when it should have been removed.
Oh,
So there's one sentence instead of two? Or
Yep, and both lines should be removed.
We're removing.
you want both deleted?
Both lines.
Basically, instead of seeing it as a bold addition, it was meant to be a strike through the original language and no bold paragraph.
Correct.
It happens. Don't worry about it. I'm perfect. I'll throw stones at others.
Yeah, it's just why would you remove the provision of using on a proper wheelchair van or vehicle?
This is being requested because the assignments of the transport are validated through Department of Health and Human Services. So it's already being addressed through that agency. So it doesn't need to be included.
So we're not taking anything away or putting
Correct.
someone in the back of the station wagon.
Correct.
Health and Human Services is doing it.
Correct.
So is it just removing basically redundant language? Because honestly, redundant language is a pain in the tush because you try to edit it in one place, you don't realize it's in the second place, and now you created a conflict. So anytime we can identify redundant language where it's in 5 places, it should only be in one. So it's easier to read and understand. So I really appreciate these types of efforts to prune a little back. Thank you. Basically, it's language, it's somewhere else already. It doesn't.
Okay. We're all set with that one?
The following section 152 is similar to section 150, where we're looking to have this position have group 2 available.
Same discussion. So Mr. Chair.
Any other questions on that one? No? Okay.
And then the last section for the Department of Safety is on page 70, page 73, and that's just the language which we already talked about for the transfer from OPLC to Department of Safety.
Sounds familiar. Yep, mechanical licensing, very bottom of 73, last line. So is it two sections that relate to the same, or three sections? Two sections. Is 190 related to 190, 189?
Yes.
It is, yes, that's the RSA for OPLC. They're just updating it from OPLC to reflect State Fire Marshal.
Yep, okay. Just out of curiosity, did you go before Division 1?
No, we didn't.
No, okay. Should we at least,
I mean, you can speak with Representative McGuire.
okay,
Typically, we do have some sections that do cross divisions, and we kind of just try to send them to one because it's a little,
yeah, makes sense. I
you
just
know,
want to
gets a little complicated to do co-division work. So,
totally get it. But can I, are we-
assuming that Division 1 approves OPLC's budget as it is, I would say they are blessing this indirectly.
All right. So, anything else? All right, I think you need to ask a question. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can I add just a little bit of context?
Of course.
To one of these?
Please.
I know we're going to take a little different route and perhaps ask other folks, but to the one on page 63, line 12, where the request is to add language or their authorized agent. I want to just go back as a reminder about the fire fund. So, and I'm just going to repeat this for context. So if you recall, the fire fund is funded through fees collected for providing copies of motor vehicle records and certificates as authorized under RSA 260 subsection 14. These records are typically requested by insurance companies and other authorized entities. So without this language, what's happening here is that so we enter into, the DMV enters into MOUs with these companies, and they want to do business with us, but they use an authorized agent to do this work. And so we are not able to work with them. And so that's why we wanted to add this language so that we can do business in an ongoing way with them.
So can you remind me what that account is that you were referring to, so I can just go make a mark?
6631.
6631, that sounds familiar. Go ahead.
Could we clarify the language then, if that's what that's for, instead of or their authorized agents? Because that sounds like, you know, it could be a federal contractor. It sounds like that door could swing wide open. So maybe we could just limit it to the need that we're talking about.
And if I may, very briefly, I very much care about the right to privacy, and there are certain legal doctrines that irk me to no end. These days, third-party doctrine, don't get me started because we don't have an hour. But in this case, it would seem to me that since we are talking about a federal entity or their authorized agent, not allowing to release to an authorized agent basically just means that the federal entity can request the same data and then pass it along to their, you know, once we release it to a federal entity, they are bound by their rules. So as long as we're releasing it to them, to me, doesn't seem to create a much bigger problem because we release them to an authorized entity by a federal agency. But this being said, I would probably still be more comfortable if the policy committee would have an opportunity to look at it, or because it does seem to be a policy question, and our hands are full with the money. God knows, I don't want to miss an important detail because we are overwhelmed by the rest of our job. So
I will do that. We'll come look at it. Could you just put into writing what you said and send it to Mickey so we
Absolutely.
have it?
Thank you.
I can't keep it in my head.
Thank you.
no, it's the right thing.
Anything else from our committee? Anything else from you all?
I want to thank you for your time and patience. And
Thank you for
just-
showing up.
I want to thank my team.
They are,
Melanie.
they're awesome. And so are you. No, this has been very helpful. Thank you very much.
And an excellent presentation, very well prepared. Really, really appreciate all the work that went into this very pleasant 2+ hours together. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're a sad, sad puppy.
Starting at 9.
So first of all, are we done? We have anything else we wanted to discuss? Okay, so at 3:11, I'll close the Division 2 Finance Committee hearing.
You were asking about Friday?
Yeah, just Friday. So in the morning, and then lunch, and then 1 o'clock with children's fun or whatever. So
Where we play with
2 with transportation people.
that's right. Class done. And then, and what was the
So
second
bring the
thing?
party hats.
Go ahead, you know what it is.
Okay.
Public transportation, you can explain it.
So
Are we?